Council meeting in Springshaw today, being the 30th of October. So welcome everyone, welcome to our live streamers, welcome staff, welcome councillors. I'd like to start with recording who's present. And if there's any apologies or leave of absence. Move on to item 3, which is acknowledgement of country. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we work and live and recognise their continuing connection to land, water and community. We pay our respects to elders past and present. Moving on to item number 4, which is confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting, which is the general meeting 25th of September. Can I have a mover? Councillor Hindmarsh, seconder Councillor Cypher. All in favour? Moving on to business arising out of those minutes. Nothing there. Very good. So moving on to review of outstanding meeting actions. There's nothing that anybody was wanting to put forward as well, or?
Through the chair, I haven't got that document open, but we had requested at the meeting in Capella a briefing note on the Willows water situation, and if we could get that at some point, Jason. It was just a briefing note because councillors discussed the issue again yesterday, so...
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cypher. Good morning, councillors. That briefing note is in the process of being prepared and hopefully will be distributed to councillors very soon.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cypher. Moving on to item number 7, deputations. So we have Mr. CEO, Acting CEO, we have no deputations today?
No deputations today.
Thank you. Item number 8, Merrill Minute. So there's nil Merrill Minutes. And moving on to item number 9, conflict of interest. So open it to the floor if there's any conflict of interest for any items with any councillors on the agenda today. Councillor Newman. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I forgot to look at my list here. Sorry, Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, I've got a conflict of interest on item 11.2.4, rise up for the Emerald Copra Society.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, with regards agenda item 11.2.4, rise up the 2023 RO 305 Emerald Cooperative Society Mitre 10 timeframe extension. I have a conflict of interest, it being I hold an executive position at the Capella State School PNC Association, which is a shareholder, and I also have family members who are shareholders. So as this has been identified and is still ongoing, I would not be able to participate in discussions on that particular item and would seek to leave the room. Further, on agenda item 11.2.5, Community Grants Round 2, I have a family member who participates in a program that is facilitated by the Capella Clydesdales Cricket Club. This family member is a dependent and neither they nor I have any association in respect to the executive of the club. I have no affiliation other than this, but for completeness this situation should be declared. However, I would seek to stay in the chambers and participate in discussions and decisions should my peers see fit. Thank you.
Okay. We can, as a, assuming a prescribed a declarable conflict of interest, we can actually vote on whether Councillor Cruz stays in the meeting or not, and whether whether she has, as she's just declared, that her association with that agenda item won't be influencing her ability to make informed decisions. So, so can I put it to the floor, please, for a mover that Councillor Cruz stay in the meeting for agenda item 11.2.5. Mover? Councillor Whiteman, seconder. Councillor Wilkins, all in favour? Yeah, we're happy for you to stay in the room. That and carried, sorry, to stay in the room for discussions on that item number. Councillor Newman.
Just for the same 11.2.4, I have a family member who holds shares with with Mitre 10. Also with 11.2.5, I am a member of the Community Grants panel. I sat on that panel, and during that meeting, I'm just clarifying this, I declared that I may have a conflict of interest, and but it was a non-executive position, and in that, it doesn't matter? Right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Just to clarify that with the acting CEO, you're happy that that's...
That was addressed in that meeting.
I don't know the circumstances, so, but if you're satisfied that it's...
Yeah, I declared that in that meeting. I didn't know if I had to declare it here as well, so, yeah.
So thank you for that. So you're just clarifying that the conflict of interest for you today is for 11.2.4?
11.2. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to declare a conflict of interest for 11.2.4 as I'm a shareholder of the Emerald Cooperative Society, and also my husband is a shareholder of the Emerald Cooperative Society. So I will also be leaving the room. So I'm not sure whether we address that when we get to the item. Sorry, Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you. So I'm also declaring a conflict of interest for 11.2.4 for the Emerald Co-op Society. I have shares, and so does my husband, and I will be seeking to leave the room as well.
Thank you. So when we get to that item, we'll address the quorum. So thank you. Moving on to petitions. Are there any petitions today? Acting CEO? No, nil petitions. So we're moving on now to discussion action reports. So the first report is item 11.1, a monthly financial report for September 2024, and handing over now to our Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Through the chair. Councillors, the finance report for the first quarter of the financial year is presented. Council's operating surplus result for the year end for quarter one is $13.9 million, and this is a favourable result compared to the year-to-date budgets by 54%. Now, councillors, this is mainly made up of an increase in operating revenue of $7.8 million. And if you remember, councillors, this was the advance payment of the financial assistance grant, which was supposed to be paid in June, but was paid in early July. Some of the other reasons for the favourable result in operating revenue is also because of more revenue in sale of goods and services, fees and charges, and interest income as well. Moving on to operating expenses, they are favorable by $6 million, with underspends of $2.7 million in employee benefits and $3.1 million in materials and services. Cash balance at the end of September is $105 million. And just to note, councillors, the graph underneath that, which shows the interest income for prior years and current year, there has been a slight decline in interest income as well. And it is forecasted to decrease as we progress for this year. Actual borrowings have not changed, but just to note, councillors, that the when council endorsed the repayment of the debt recently in one of the workshops, that was actually actioned in October, so the figures there do not reflect the repayment of the debt. Capital works are 12.78% spent, and if you include commitments, that accounts for 45% of the budget spent. Moving on to business units, all of the results for airport, sale yards, waste, and water utilities business units are favorable to the budget. Also to note that airport is forecasting a 3% increase, which will be factored, a 3% increase in revenue, which will be reflected in Budget Review 1. Rates arrears are $7.4 million. This is a reduction of 8% from the prior month, and council approved the issue of pre-sale warning letters for 88 properties on the 25th of September 2024. Just to note, councillors, these letters were issued on the 8th of October, which is earlier this month. Last but not least, sundry debtors are sitting at $2.7 million. More than 80% of that is under 30 days as well. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Thank you, Chief Executive Officer. Councillors, open the floor if there's any questions or comments. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just one question. So on page 25, you've got total operating expenses with a variance of $6 million. So does that reflect the saving on expenditure, or it's not? That's what I mean. So you've reduced expenditure, or it's like you're not keeping up with where it should be spent?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wilkins. Through the chair, Councillor Wilkins, that's probably a combination of two things. One is, yes, there is an actual reduction in expenditure. However, some of it could also be related to timing of the expenditure. So it may catch up as we progress during the year, but definitely some of it is underspent. Yeah.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just on page 30, just with regards to the borrowings and the other council activities and the general tab, which is around the $6 million, and the composition of it being some pre-amalgamation balances, is that the only debt balance that is relatable to any pre-amalgamation works that have?
Through the chair, Councillor Cruz, I think majority of it is. However, I can take the question on notice and send councillors an email back after the council meeting.
And I'm guessing because, I'm probably asking the question because some of that is obviously pre-amalgamation. Would it not being paid down, I guess, that would be with regards to interest rates and, which of the loans is best to sort of pay down first with regards to that? Is that sort of some of the issue as to why they may still be sitting there? Or
That's exactly right, Councillor Cruz. We'll pick the loans which are more beneficial financially to pay down first, not necessarily the oldest ones as
Excellent.
well. Yep.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. I just have probably a couple of comments, really. On page 23 of the agenda, there's reference to the capital grants not included in the operating income, as they are used specifically to fund capital expenditure or capital works projects, and cannot be used to fund operating expenses. Council expects to receive a total of $33.207 million in capital grants, subsidies and contributions during 2024-25 to help fund the capital works program, which in this financial year is $83.8 million. So just noting that of the $83.8 million, $33 million basically is external funding.
Yes, that's right, Madam Mayor.
Just wanted to make that point. And the other thing, I was back to capital projects again. On page 49, the graph for 2024-25 capital budget versus actuals as at the 30th of September 2024. Just noting that the actuals plus committed projects are up to the $40 million as at the end of this quarter, which basically we're getting up there to having the actuals and commitments at almost half the capital program for delivery of projects. So I just wanted to note that.
Sorry, can you just repeat that last sentence, sorry, again?
If you look at the graph there on page 49, so the dotted red line is the actuals plus commitments, so it's almost at the 40. If you drew a line across there to the original budget, it intersects in February. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at there. Thank you very much. So to make the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I was just going to ask, so that spike in obviously September, that would be probably the completion of those carryover projects from last year. Would that be or not?
No, not really. So that really is us going out to quote or tender and getting going through that process. Now those works might not start until January, February, probably February really at this stage of the year, because you don't tend to try and start projects immediately before Christmas. So that's us going through our planning processes, getting quotes and tenders out, getting them back, maybe allocating, going the process of allocating a contract, but the actual works might not start for a little while.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the recommendation is that Central Highlands Regional Council adopts the monthly financial report for the period ended 30th of September 2024. Mover, Councillor Burns. Seconder, Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Moving on now to communities, so 12.2, and the item number is 12.2.1, Rise Up 2023 R313 RDO equipment, effect of amended infrastructure charges notice. And handing over now to Manager, Manager...
Planning and Land Management.
Planning and Land Management. The title wasn't here. I've got to say your title. On behalf of the General Manager Communities, Adrian Burns. So welcome Kirsten Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty, and good morning, councillors. This report for us today for audio equipment requests to amend the Economic Incentive Grant under Council Resolution 2024-62611, made on 26th of June 24. The reason for the amendment is because the incentive was based on an infrastructure charges notice that has since been revised, which occurred only after the incentive was resolved by Council. This has in turn altered the amount of incentive funding that the development is eligible for under the assessment criteria set down in the economic stimulus policy. Please note today there is no question of the eligibility of the incentive, and as such the incentive application is not being discussed today. This is just a formal process to correct the administrative error. I know communication has occurred with the applicant to keep them in the loop once this error was identified, and then also they were notified again once the agenda was published, so they're aware of the discussion before council today. Importantly also, the difference in amount will positively be updated in the council budget, and the gap payable by the applicant after the incentive that was applied is actually lower, so there's no financial impact on the applicant through this. So I'll take the report as read, but happy to answer any questions.
Any comments or questions, councillors? Thank you, and thank you to staff for picking up, going through during your due diligence through the process, and as you quite rightly say, you've spoken to representatives from the RDO equipment to explain the situation. So I think that everything has been ticked off there. So I'll put it now to the councillors, the resolution that the Central Highlands Regional Council amends item 1 of Council Resolution 2024-06-26-011 by reducing the incentive payment for RDO equipment's application under the economic stimulus policy Rise Up Central Highlands from $319,349.27 to $214,509.85, and therefore reduces the total amount of incentive payments in that item 1 from $509,595.88 to $404,756.46. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wilkins, seconder Councillor Highmarsh, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item, making sure I haven't skipped one here. Sorry. Oh, yep. Getting my pages right. Thank you. I nearly moved to that previous resolution. Very good. Moving to item 12.2.2, Rise Up 2023 R302, Springshaw Rural Time Frame Extension, and handing back over to Manager, Planning and Land Use.
Management.
Kirsten Burns. Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, this report is to talk about an administrative error with the incorrect completion date that was applied to an economic stimulus policy decision made by Council Resolution on the 22nd of November 2023. The error relates to the timeframe given to the applicant, Springshaw Rural, to claim their approved economic incentive. Please note again, there's no question of the eligibility of the incentive, and as such, the incentive application is not being discussed. It's just a formal process to correct the administrative error in relation to the date that they can claim their payment, which would be extending to 22nd of November 2025 instead of 30th of June 2024. To acknowledge that we'll be issuing updated letters to the applicants following the discussion and decision by council today, so that they're across the process and aware that their incentive timeframe has been proposed to be changed. So if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Any questions or comments, councillors? Again, thank you very much for, Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I probably just wanted to point out that this has been brought to our attention, and we're aware of the issues, and that's probably why there's not as many questions now today, because they've all been answered, and really appreciate all that information previous to making this decision. So thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
very good. Thank you. And along the same lines, again, council staff doing their due diligence, and we do recognise that lots of sets of eyes, including the councillors, did go over that. So thank you very much for picking that up, and I'm sure it'll be a relief for Springsure Rural too, to know that they've got that extra time. So thank you very much. No more questions or comments. We'll put the motion that the Central Highlands Regional Council amend item 2 of the decision, Resolution 2023-11-22-009, made by Council on the 22nd of November 2023, to require that the applicant, Springsure Rural, must claim the payment by the 22nd of November 2025 instead of by the 30th of June 2024. Mover, Councillor Whiteman. Seconder, Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.2.3, Rise Up 2023 R301, ABM contractors timeframe extension, and handing back over again to Manager Kirsten Birds.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. So similar to the last report, this report is also to correct an administrative error from that same council meeting in 22nd of November 2023. So the error relates to the council resolution regarding the ABM contractors to claim their approved economic incentive by 30th of June 2022. So the recommendation is to extend that payment claim date to 22 November 2025. So we're not talking about the incentive today, it's just correcting that administrative error. In a good news story about this development, our strategic planner was invited out on site on Monday this week, and they've provided a tour of the premises, which is great to see how these incentives are coming to life really quickly from the resolution that's provided by council. So the shed is completed, and it's looking likely that the project funding will be acquitted by next month. So just the turnover of time, which is really great when we're seeing construction delays around the region. So from November last year to essentially November this year, when it should be completed, is a great win for the region. So I'll take the report as read, but if there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Over to the councillors if you have any questions or comments. Councillor Hindmarsh.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's been said prior, but I've had the note here after going through the agenda, and obviously these instances have been brought before us prior to today. But again, thanks to the ELT for picking up on them in doing their due diligence. Yeah, and it is good to see that the benefits are flowing through from them. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I don't have to reiterate any of that. So, Councillor Whiteman.
And also, just to add to that comment, it's our understanding that the original
the original date would have been technically impossible for the participants to achieve in the first place. So the date was it was technically impossible for them to achieve the conditions of the grant by the date originally set. It was always supposed to be further out.
Correct, in alignment with the policy.
Good, thank you. Important point that's what these corrections are made for, to align them with the policy. So thank you very much. And I don't think I have anything to add to Councillor Hindmarsh and Councillor Whiteman's comments, but thank you. So no further questions or comments. I'll put the motion or recommendation that the Central Highlands Regional Council amend item 2 of the decision resolution 2023-1122-008 made by Council on the 22nd of November 2023 to require the applicant, ABM contractors, must claim the payment by 22nd of November 2025 instead of by 30th of June 2024. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Newman and seconder Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Thank you very much. Motion carried. Now we move on to item number 11.2.4.
Through the Mayor, as we have a majority of councillors who have declared a prescribed conflict of interest for this matter, we have prepared an officer's recommendation should council wish to delegate this power to the CEO, and you will see an officer's recommendation to that effect. The alternative, so we can move straight to that, or the alternate to that is that the councillors who have declared a prescribed conflict of interest can leave the room. The remaining councillors can then discuss that, but in order for it to be voted on in any way, there will need to be all councillors back in the room if you're going to move that to the CEO as is prescribed under legislation. Does everybody understand? So we can deal with it now. You can have a vote now and move the officer's recommendation, or you can all the ones with a prescribed conflict of interest can leave the room, allow the remaining councillors to discuss the topic and then come back in and do the same thing. Whichever you would like.
Just for clarity though, with the number of councillors that have a prescribed conflict of interest, we lack a quorum to make any
That's right.
official decision.
Yeah. And the only decision according to legislation that can be made is to refer it to the CEO.
Yes.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to vote on it now, but if someone else wants to talk about it, then I don't mind.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, have the remaining councillors had the opportunity to review all of the review what we're going to be discussing if we were out of the room, I guess, is the point.
Councillor Seifer.
No, I'm happy for to go straight to the delegation vote. I mean, we could kick you all out, but I won't be that mean today.
Thank you for being so gracious, Councillor Seifer. Okay, so we'll do, I still read the resolution?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we've all agreed that we'd have that delegated and we'll move straight to the vote. So just to read the recommendation out, is that the Central Highlands Regional Council, pursuant to sections 150 EU 2A and 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, delegates the Chief Executive Officer the power to decide whether to extend the date by which the Emerald Cooperative Society, or Emerald Mitre 10, must claim payment of the rebate referred to in Resolution 2023-12-13-006, Council Reference Rise Up 2023 R305, subject to the following conditions. 1, this power may be exercised by the Chief Executive Officer on or before the 15th of December 2024, and as soon as practicable after this power is exercised, the Chief Executive Officer must publish a copy of their decision on the Council's website immediately below the published minutes of this General Council meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Mover, Councillor Burns, seconder, Councillor Whiteman.
Sorry. Just through the
Yep,
chair,
yep.
just a question. You
Yeah.
moved a bit quick after
There for
reading the
you.
resolution. Should it state the reason why we're delegating that to the Chief Executive Officer?
So this has been drafted by a lawyer, so I'll allow him to speak to it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Councillor Cypher, good question. So section 1, I think it is on, isn't it? Yep, fantastic. So section 150 EU 2A would give us that explanation, Councillor Cypher, if that's all right. So section 150 EU talks about the procedure if there's no quorum for deciding a matter because of the prescribed conflicts of interest. So rather than sort of type out the rest of the section, I've just made that resolution there being pursuant to section 150 EU to signpost it for anybody who might be interested.
Okay.
All right.
I just think the public won't. I just think the public wouldn't be pursuing that section to understand it. I know technically it is correct, but if I'm a member of the general public and I'm reading the resolution, I have pursuant to section 150 EQ2, etc. I wouldn't have a clue what that was. And I'd be sitting there thinking, why the hell are the councillors not making decisions themselves? I just think if we clarified it and actually just didn't refer to sections, this is a public document for community, they would really be questioning why councillors didn't make this decision. I mean, technically you're right, if it's okay. I mean, I'm not saying to change it. I'm just raising an issue that legal language, we might understand it, but the general public would have to know where to go to find that section to start with.
Councillors, if you're happy, I'm more than happy to just go and draft a slight amendment now to just explain that that section refers to a procedure if there's no quorum because of prescribed conflicts of interest.
As an option, I was just wondering, after Local Government Act 2009, whether you could put in brackets lack of unable to meet quorum or something, just to describe it. Due to lack of quorum.
I just think it needs to be first.
Councillor Highmarsh.
Yeah, through the chair, I did have a note here to sort of referring to that, but as far as an explanation around conflicts required for the public benefit, so as there was a better understanding, but I hadn't gone as far as having. I think that's covered now with that explanation in being put into the actual resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess bearing in mind also that this isn't the first loss of quorum on this particular issue either. So, yeah, there is that history. But just for meeting procedures, we have just moved and seconded that resolution. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
Do we have to vote that?
Are we supposed to vote on what has been moved and seconded first?
And then we'll do the amendment.
Yeah.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
There's two ways forward. You can, the people who moved and seconded could withdraw and we could just move the motion that's now there. Or we could move that, amend it, and then move forward.
I'm happy to withdraw. Whether councillor Burns is happy to withdraw.
Why not?
Hasn't moved forward.
Well, I withdrew anyway, so councillor Burns needs to.
Can't do it once it's been voted.
I'll withdraw and then. I'll withdraw and then move the new motion. Amended motion.
Yeah. No, that's, yeah. Oh, I won't speak. I won't speak so quickly for you next time. Yep, good. So we've had Councillor Whiteman and Councillor Burns withdraw the moving of that motion. Now we're moving to adopting the amended. Do I have to read it? As on the screen. Thank you. I don't have to read it all out again. That's good. I think Councillor Whiteman had his hand up before you. Sorry. Good. Okay. Moved. Councillor Burns. Seconded. Councillor Whiteman. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Right. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item 11.2.5, Community Grants Program Round 2 2024, and handing back over to Manager Kirsten Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. So today we're talking about the Community Grants Programme, which provides opportunity for our community groups and organisations to seek grants to support local projects. This contributes to the quality of life and livability of the Central Highlands region. Throughout the year, there are 2 rounds run for this programme, and it offers the community the opportunity to apply for grants in 3 categories, being Community Assistance Grant to the funding to the maximum of $5,000. So it's for organisations with a community focus. Their main objective is to provide community benefit, which is outside of sport and recreation activities. The second is the Sport and Recreation Assistance Grant. This is for our organisations whose objective is to provide organised sport and recreation activities. Funding is to a maximum of $5,000 for this area as well too. And then the third is our Community Improvement Grant. So this is for both community-focused organisations and sport and recreation organisations with the aim of achieving aspirations of the community. Funding is to the maximum of $20,000 for this area. So this financial year, the Community Grants Programme was funded to the value of $330,000 and shared between the 3 categories. So this round of funding had a total of $165,000 eligible for the recipients. On the 8th of October, Community Grants Assessment Panel met to assess Round 2 applications against the criteria outlined in the Community Grants Programme guidelines that are attached to your report today. The round received 20 community grant applications, and of these, 2 applications were ineligible, which meant 18 were eligible to be reviewed. The panel recommended that 15 of the eligible applications be fully funded to the value of $124,559, excluding GST. And the list of grants nominated for endorsement is included in this report, and I'll ask Brock to go through some of the sporting ones if there's questions. So the projects across the 3 categories include Community Assistance Grant to upgrade cattle yards at Royday Park for Retreat Creek Camp Draft Association, a Sport and Recreation Grant to purchase barbecue range hood for the Dingo Rodeo Club Incorporated, and a Community Improvement Grant to upgrade power, for the Springshire Gun Club. So a good distribution of grants across the region, which is wonderful. So in terms of communication, all applicants will be advised, of their application outcome in writing following today's decision, with feedback made available to the 2 ineligible applicants and the 3 unsuccessful applicants. The the Community Grants Assessment Panel serves a 2-year term, with this round being the first assessment for the current group of members. As a council member, Councillor Newman, you were one of the councillors on the panel for assessment, so just thought I'd give you the opportunity to see if there was anything you wanted to add before I hand over to Brock to go through the Sport and Recreation Assistant Grants.
There are a couple of items. In the discussion of the current issue, there was more than one staff member in attendance for the grants round. I believe there was 3 and 2 visiting for parts of the meeting. On another issue, this was where I mentioned a possible conflict. One of the groups had approached me to assist with a grant. I did not assist them with the grant, and they approached the Sports Committee for assistance. They weren't happy with the level of assistance they received, I believe, but I think that's just a learning curve for a couple of good groups in the sporting area. Did need further assistance, and maybe we could amend that grants guidelines to ensure that they approach council officers for assistance with their grant applications. At the time during that meeting, as this was my first one, I declared that I had family members that were involved with a couple of sporting clubs, but that group waived that. They were non-executive members, so that was declared at the time of that meeting. And I think there was a valuable range of grants from right across the region. It was pleasing to see so many grants come from right across the entire region. Some of the sporting clubs in particular may need some assistance into how to stage their projects and take them forward. And possibly that can be written into that grants guidelines. Thank you.
Thank
Hand
you.
over to Brock to go through some of the grants.
Sure, thank you, Kirsten. So, through the chair, just to update councillors on, sorry, we're talking more about the unsuccessful. Yeah. Yep. So, just to sort of clarify, in some of the applications that were unsuccessful were the Emerald State School P&C Association for 5 pickleball sets. Some of the reasons that we found that it didn't fit the purpose of the community grant was just they certainly said that there would be a potential for community sharing, but it was more sort of stated that it would be sort of directly for the school, so we felt that sort of didn't fit the guidelines within the community grant, so we found them to be unsuccessful. There was the Springshore Amateur Swimming Club, which asked for a grant, thank you, asked for a grant for travel between Springshore and Emerald due to the closure of the Springshore pool. However, during the assessment of the application, we found that they hadn't answered several questions, weighted questions, which were very vital to the application. And that sort of made their application unsuccessful as well. So just for clarification there. And their score was quite low, so we just couldn't justify that. The Blackwater Junior Motorcycle Club canteen upgrade was also unsuccessful. Although their application in essence is a good direction, they certainly need more information and probably need to consider a staged approach. So their original application was to upgrade the canteen to address certain things such as vermin and dust control. However, the items that they were asking for in the application didn't really address those issues. So it was more of a, we'll replace cupboards and other things that weren't quite relevant to the grant. So some of the recommendations I'd like to make to them as a sport and recreation team is to come up with a staged approach, i.e. how are you going to spend the money in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, in order to create a much better clubhouse. But there are also external factors that they need to consider, granted that the structure also has asbestos and other things, so they may want to consider maybe a brand new building just to begin with. So there's probably some conversations we can have with them there. The Gemfest Festival, it was deemed ineligible just due to they should be applying for the event assistance grant that council gives out every year, so that sort of sat within that realm, so not eligible for the grant. So we'll have that conversation with them and point them to event assistance and help them sort of do that application. And then the Ralston Ringers netball, just for councillors' information, it needed to be auspiced by Blackwater Netball. We feel that there wasn't a clear conversation with Blackwater Netball about auspicing the grant, but also the reason that they were deemed ineligible is because Ralston Ringers Netball is currently not registered as a incorporated association. So therefore, there's really no governance or financial sort of monitoring in their organisation. So we felt sort of a bit uncomfortable giving money to a club that really has no financial management or governance structure in place. So if they are to do this grant again, they can either do it through Blackwater Netball, as they should sort of clearly beforehand, or I am happy to meet with the club and show them how to become a proper incorporated association with the governance structure required for a grant. So happy to do that, just to clarify. Thank you.
Were you wanting to continue, Christian? Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, thank you for that. So those unsuccessful applicants will get the information that they've just, that we've just been given, so that, in future opportunities, they maybe potentially put themselves in a little bit more of an opportunity to be successful. So that's part of the process.
Absolutely, Councillor.
Yeah, excellent. And then probably just a bit of housekeeping. In the list, I would assume it should be the Dringa Camp Draft Association, not Camp Craft. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Newman.
Yes, and as Brock quite accurately put it, it was very complex in particularly the sporting area with their incorporations and their governance around a lot of the clubs. So the sporting clubs took quite a while to assess, and I think we came up with great resolutions for how to deal with those in the future. Thank you.
Just if I might add, in terms of the recommendation today, with the total amount being 124,559, it does mean that if that's resolved today, the budget for round one, which opens in January 2025, would increase to 205,441. So just if there are any questions about the kind of rollover of finances that were unspent as part of the split in funding.
Good. Yep. Thank you very much. Which is, we can give a plug to, please, those unsuccessful applications. Please keep working with our Sport and Rec team or communities team, and we encourage people to put in their applications because there's going to be a little bit more in this second round. So thank you for that. Councillor Hindmarsh.
Through the chair, just being this is the first round of grants that I've witnessed as a councillor, I'm interested to find out, is the uptake better this round to what you've seen in the recent past rounds, or do we need to be more active in the community to try and encourage more applications? And thanks to Councillor Cruz for stealing the thunder. That's probably one of the very few spelling mistakes that I would have picked up in my time, and you took it away from me. Cheers.
Good. Thank you for a response. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hindmarsh. And through the chair, it was a much better turnout than the last grants round, especially for sport and recreation. There was a lot more sort of people to come forward for grant applications. However, we would still like to keep driving it forward to make it competitive. I guess if there is a rollover of money, I'll certainly still be going out to clubs and sort of encouraging them to put their grants forward or ideas forward for funding, because it is a pool of money that is very important to the community and we need to use it for its intended purpose. So I'll certainly keep driving that message home. So.
Good, and thank you very much. I think that we'd probably be back on about average because I was on that grants committee for the previous 4 years with Councillor Burns. Yeah, and we just had a shorter time frame there, didn't we, because of elections, etc. But it's great to see the amount of applications bouncing back. So, yeah, awesome, thank you. I just wanted to come back to the point that Councillor Newman, just for clarification, that you suggested there that the councillors actually have a bit of another look at the community grants guidelines. So I don't know that it has to be moved and seconded, but just a suggestion that perhaps we note that that might be something that we take to a workshop going forward. If people are happy with that. Because I know that we've got several new councillors that would probably welcome the opportunity so that we can all be promoting to put in for that community grants and who to talk to, Brock. Thank you very much. We'll, if there's no more questions or comments, we'll move to the resolution. So is that the Central Highlands Regional Council approves $124,559 ex-GST in round 2 of Community Grants 2024 to fund the 15 applications listed below or on the screen. Per the current Community Grants Program Assessment Panel's recommendations and guidelines. Mover, please. Councillor Donaldson, seconder, Councillor Newman. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. So, morning. Moving to item section 13.3, commercial and corporate services, agenda item 11.3.1, 2024-25 operational plan quarter 1 performance report, and I hand over to General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. Council adopted its operational plan on the 26th of June this year in accordance with section 1045 of the Local Government Act 2009. The operational plan articulates how council will deliver on the 5-year corporate plan 2022-27 and the long-term destination goals. On behalf of the Acting Chief Executive Officer, in accordance with section 174.3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, I present the quarter 1 performance report providing assessment of the implementation of this plan. I now hand over to each executive leadership team member to provide a highlight for their departments, starting with the Chief Financial Officer, Arun Dias.
Thank you, General Manager. Through the Mayor, councillors, the first project is on page 141 under the heading Efficiency Finding Projects. So one of the projects under the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is the Energy Services Review. The objective of the project, councillors, is to understand energy pattern consumptions across various sites in Central Highlands. So we already had a list of 20 sites pre-identified from a previous report. We made a decision to continue on with those 20 sites and recost them and understand the energy pattern consumptions, but also to understand the cost and benefits of should a solar panel go on any of those sites, what sort of cost savings council can expect. That report, councillors, is due by the end of next week. So, and the intent is that we make the project shovel ready, because we are expecting a grant from the federal government sometime in by the end of January next year. So as soon as that grant portal opens, we'll be submitting our grant application, and depending on the size of the grant, we'll shortlist projects for which solar panels can be installed at any of those 20 sites. The other project, councillors, is for the Office of the CFO, is under page 146, which is the rating review. And councillors, as you are aware, we've had 2 workshops so far with the rating review. A comprehensive study of the rating categories has been done, including a review of the budgeted rate in the dollar, comparing it to the average rate in the dollar. And the next workshop, councillors, is in early December. And we expect that project is on track and will be progressed prior to commencing the budget for 25-26. I will now hand over for the Manager of Planning and Land Management to present her section. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. So excitingly, in the Communities Department, there's a number of great achievements over the last 3 months, as reported in the operational plan update. So to touch on just a couple, evacuation planning. So this is a project to roll out community education to enhance community resilience during flood events and continued development of evacuation planning information to enable place-based responsiveness during the flood event. So our first engagement is planned to involve the Rubyvale community. Once it gets out of the planning phase. So really excited to be able to undertake that alongside the flood mitigation study that's being completed. The other one is in relation to the flood database, which contains current and historical flood data and GIS for the Central Highlands region, and procedures for ongoing metadata management. So a little bit technical there, but we've got a lot of flood models covering different areas within the region. So it's about bringing that all together. So we've engaged a consultant to develop the flood database, and an inception meeting is scheduled for early October, which is great. So there is a secondary project associated with that, which involves project teams setting up specific disaster management layers via the Guardian portal, which is our internal system that we utilise. We've got the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan. So engagement has been finalised in relation to the development of the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan. So this project is 75% complete, which is a great win for the community. So feedback from the community engagement was incorporated into the Reconciliation Action Plan in liaison with the document designer, and it's ready for review with final review with the stakeholders. Blackwater revocation process. So this is a planning process that has been underway since 2016 with council, and to demystify a little bit of it, it's simply bringing Blackwater into the Central Highlands planning scheme by removing the priority development areas, which cover 2 areas in Blackwater and Blackwater East. So we're waiting on a letter from the Minister, essentially giving us permission to progress with that. So due to that not being received by caretaker mode, we're expected to see about a 6 to 12 month delay here with the ongoing work that we have to do in the development of that planning instrument change. And excitingly, we've got a new corporate website on its way. So this is to help our community and staff as well to better navigate our council website and find information a little bit easier. So the new corporate website is on track to launch by the end of 2024, which is fantastic. So a test environment of the new website is currently being developed with review scheduled at the end of September. So yeah, that's underway at the moment. Thank you. I'll hand over to Reese.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kirsten.
Just through the chair, sorry. Can you please identify your page numbers so we can flip through to them, please? Thank you.
Councillor Seifer, you're going to test me now because I'm going to have to find it again. But councillors, I will say this quarter one update's been a great opportunity to highlight some of the often unsung achievements of our property services team, which in turn has great community benefit. So you'll see in your core services highlights, we might scramble for a page. I have some memory of page 142, whether I've dreamt that or not. I'll come back to it, but it's in our core services highlight. You'll see the heading there, property services, and you'll see that in quarter one, councillors, they've organised fire mitigation on council's vacant land in consultation with disaster management and infrastructure. They've completed a review and a revaluation of the commercial leases at the Emerald Airport with a view to optimising revenue for that in this quarter, and they've carried out a significant amount, 162, sorry it is, councillors, and they have carried out a significant amount of property management for council's community housing tenants, which have an occupancy rate of near 100% now, of course with capital works in the pipeline to bring some more of our community housing stock back online. Our good news story you'll see there, councillors, so it certainly is worth navigating to the page, is that the property services team was able to assist one of our 81-year-old residents who found themselves homeless very recently. We received a referral from the Department of Housing, and we accommodated that gentleman as soon as we possibly could, which was very fast indeed. All of that, councillors, is in addition to people safety and legal's key deliverables being on track this quarter, as outlined in your report. So I thank you very much, councillors. Be happy to take any follow-up questions on that. But for now, I'll hand over to General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, General Manager. So, councillors, I'll probably start at page 156. Thanks, Reece, for giving me some time to find my page numbers. So page 156, with regard to the Infrastructure and Utilities Department, having 3 strategic improvement initiatives in the 24-25 operational plan, which are all on track for the first quarter. These are the strategic asset management, so the development of a 10-year road investment program, in line with Council's asset management plans. SCADA upgrades, which is a continued upgrade of Council's monitoring and automation of our water and wastewater infrastructure, and the development of gravel pits and water point construction for our construction and maintenance of our unsealed roads. So improved efficiencies through development of additional construction of water and gravel sources across the region. With regard to that project, strategic locations have been identified in the first quarter in Capella and Duringa, and we're currently working on environmental authority amendments for these locations to be included in for our program of works. Skipping over to page 160, some of our key operational activities achieved through the first quarter include 838 kilometres of roads graded as part of our annual maintenance program, 1.4 million kilolitres of treated water supplied to our communities, and close to 500,000 kilolitres of recycled water used to benefit recreational and community areas across the region. Overall, from an infrastructure and utilities perspective, things are progressing well in the first quarter, with a combination of internal staff and contractors continuing to deliver these essential services across the region. I'll hand back to you, General Manager Knudsen.
Thank you, General Manager. There are a large number of key deliverables and core services highlights identified within the report, and I would like to focus on the Strategic Improvement Initiative led by ICT, and on page 143 for the software licensing subscription review. This review identified 7 software licensing subscriptions that could either be reduced or cancelled, and resulting in a reduction in the 24-25 software budget of $218,000. Thank you for everybody who has contributed within the organisation to the development of this report, and I now hand over to councillors for any questions of ELT.
Thank you very much, team. And just handing over to councillors for any questions or comments, please. Okay. Councillor Newman.
I'm just very pleased with how the format is and how things are tracking along at the moment. This is the new style of this reporting is so much more readable, and it promotes the whole organisation in such a positive light. It's user friendly, and I'd like to congratulate everyone on their efforts to this point in time.
Well said. Thank you very much, Councillor Newman. I'm sure we all concur with that. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just a little bit of clarification. So on page 152-53, you've got the Q1 as being monitored, but yet the actual progress is matching the target progress. Is that a reason why it's to be monitored? So, or page 14 of that report, if that helps. 152, and it goes on to 153, just above the picture.
Through the chair, Councillor Wilkins, I'm happy to answer that one. So that one's in relation to the priority development areas. So because of the caretaker mode and the timing with the quarter, that's why there's a discrepancy there.
Okay, it just says its target is 10% and actual is 10%. So I would have thought that you're going good. It should be green rather than orange, is what I'm trying to say.
So just...
I think it might be more so the risk, councillors, that it potentially might get off track next quarter because of the setbacks that we're having at the moment. So while it's on track now, something's eventuated, and so we're just monitoring that situation and wanted to make you aware of that, I think.
Just to, interject there, like to hand over to our Acting Chief Executive Officer.
For a full explanation, councillors, We've just gone through state election last weekend. In the lead up to the state election, the government goes into caretaker, and that means that no decisions are made at the state government level. This is relying on a decision being made by a state government minister. Caretaker, in fact, really is still in effect until the ministers are sworn in this Friday. And as important as it is for us to get this PDA finalised and the planning controls back with council, I doubt it's going to be the first order of business for a new minister, but it will mean that the state government departments will start the process again. So once caretaker happens, pretty much everything stops other than essential service delivery. Once we get ministers and they get staff again, which all takes about 3 or 4 weeks, processes will begin again. We've highlighted that the original timeframes are likely to slip because we've lost essentially 10 weeks probably in this process when dealing with the state government, and we're entirely reliant on a decision from them to give it back to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
And one that's probably not so relevant, same on page 149 or 11 of the report is, it's the other way around. So you got 10% actual progress as to compared to 40% target progress, and that's in the green as opposed to orange. I don't know. Just pedant.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, I'd just like to comment on the gravel pit issue. In the bush, it has been a huge issue over the years, and I think it's a very good thing that the council's doing. They can do a review, find out the strategic gravel pits they can use, because in the past, I think if there has been quite a few inefficiencies there, where they're taking gravel from one pit, then find out that it's empty, and then they have to move gravel back to from another pit. So that's really good. And I was reading this last night with the computer. What was it again? Lost me track of thought. With the programs they're using, I thought it was very good how you're sort of consolidating that and saving the council quite a lot of money. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. I guess my only comments were, I just noted with the item 15 for the digital strategy 2023 to 2026, and noted that we've adopted a new digital plan. Will that change the dates going forward in the next operational plans? Thank you.
So through the chair, the CHRC, the digital plan that we've adopted that aligns to the CHRC digital plan, will fold in under our digital strategy that we've got, that we had adopted last financial year, and will be recognised in our reporting through our digital strategy. That's the intention going forward, but we're certainly open to any discussion with council as to how you would like that reporting to come through.
No, that makes sense to me till we test that kind of reporting or that structure, and if there needs to be any changes going forward. Yep, thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
I've got another comment on the council website. I'm really looking forward to this new council website because I find it very difficult to use, and you're sort of going from page to page, so it'll be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Acting CEO.
Yes, councillors, this has been the first quarterly report since I've been here, and I'd just like to compliment the staff, not just for putting the report together, but everybody who's keeping these important items on track and making sure that the council is delivering for the community. They're doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Yep, and definitely concur with the councillors that this report, thank you very much for the new format. It's very easy to read, and it was, I really liked the updates at the back as well, which relate to explaining in a little bit more detail the items at the front, the core services highlights. So, and thank you, like for the good news stories and a whole range of things, but mostly thank you because as a new council, this is our basically overseeing and approving the first operational plan for the first quarter of our time here at council. So just wanted to say thank you very much for that. Also, I was pleased that that we can flag now, and it's been raised that the rates review has been underway. So we need to make sure that we're highlighting that commitment that we had made, and also thank you just to raise all the number of efficiencies that are in plan to move forward with, particularly with benchmarking our energy consumption presently and looking at what the potential is to have solar or other alternative energies to reduce the costs to council around energy. And also I was surprised, I think I heard Councillor Cruz here, also noting the amount of savings made with software, because I was surprised with that as well. So thank you for going through all the processes and looking at the efficiencies. We really value that, and I was really pleased to also hear, I think from my perspective, being involved with the disaster management over a long time, that there are long-awaited evacuation centres being rolled out that are place-based. So thank you very much. And again, reiterate with Councillor Donaldson that improvement of communications through our updated corporate website. So sorry, just a few comments from myself, but I would just also like to commend our acting CEO, the team, and all staff. You can see here the amount of work that everyone's putting into making sure that our organisation is delivering on its promises to the community. So thank you very much. I'll move to the resolution now. If there's no more comments or questions, that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the Central Highlands Regional Council Operational Plan 2024-25 Quarter 1 Performance Report. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Newman, seconder. Councillor Burns, all in favour? Motion carried. Now, I know that Marnie has said that morning tea is at 10:30, so did we want to move on to one more item before morning tea, which is about 15 minutes away? Very good. So moving now to 11.4, infrastructure and utilities. So moving to item 11.4.2, confirmation of successful grants application, school transport infrastructure fund. Handing over now to General Manager Infrastructure Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning again, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to seek endorsement of the acceptance of grant funding for the projects successful under the School Transport Infrastructure Program, which is commonly referred to as STIP. The projects for tranche 7 of this funding round were nominated and presented to the General Council meeting on the 13th of March 2024, noting that that was the previous council. At this meeting, council resolved to support the submission of 5 applications and committed to the inclusion of the required funds in the financial years in which the projects would be delivered. The 5 projects nominated were Denison State School, Gindi State School, Anarchy State School, Dringa Bus Shelter and the Bluff Bus Shelter. Confirmation of successful as per the council resolution, 5 of those projects were nominated. And on the 25th of September 24, council was advised that 4 of those projects were successful, being the Dedison State School pedestrian fencing, the Gindi State School signage and staff car parking upgrade, the Dringa bus shelter and the Bluff bus shelter. So these projects are 90% funded by the state government. So confirmation is being sought for the inclusion of funds for the successful projects in the 2024 and 2025 and the 25-26 capital budgets. This confirmation is required prior to the funding agreement being entered into with the funding body, being the Queensland Government through the Department of Transport and Main Roads. So the funding split would be 46, so of council's contribution of the $95,000 for these projects, $95,500 split over the 2 financial years.
Good. Thank you very much. Open up to questions and comments. Councillor Newman. Sorry.
I'm just in support of these projects going forward, and in particular the Dingo bus shelter, as we've all seen the Dingo bus, current bus shelter. It's great to see all those smaller communities being able to get a better facility to look after the students and the people who are waiting for those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Likewise, it's great to get funding. That's what we're all about, I guess. But when you get funding and it's not just the additional contributions that affect our budget, it is also the delivery. So my question really is, we have a tremendously high capital works budget to deliver on, which it's on strong record that I always say that you won't deliver all that you put into your capital projects. What effect will the 24-25 delivery of 2 of these projects, what will be pushed out of the existing capital works? Because I'm assuming these weren't already within the capital works project for this year, for this financial year?
Councillor, so these were nominated as projects that would only proceed if they were externally funded.
Yeah. So they weren't identified as being delivered in this financial year. So that will now increase the amount of projects yet again for delivery. And that's fine, but I think for true transparency, we should be looking at what projects are not going to be delivered that we endorse to have delivered.
So, through the Mayor, Councillor, you're correct. We have a meeting as ELT on Friday. That's based on, we needed to find out what Council's resolutions are today to re-look at the capital program. We are, we have, I think, without these projects, 85 million, I think, 83 million to deliver, and already this year, and we typically only deliver about 60. So, so we're putting on our reality lenses on Friday and trying to work out exactly what is likely to be delivered and to bring that information to council at probably the next meeting. Because we do need to, at this point in the year, start to think what do we actually have the capacity to deliver for the rest of the year.
And I just wanted to add too, on top of that, I just noted in table 1 on page 176 that we and the table above that, we've actually got the same totals at the bottom with the extra. Were you going to?
That's what I was going to bring up next.
I was expecting that you would do that, Councillor Whiteman, so sorry. Just to note that I came up with 68 67,500,
and
yep.
575,000 of deliverables. That's that one on the screen now.
Yeah, just
Yes, through the chair, apologies. Those totals had been copied and pasted from the original resolution, and the total wasn't changed with the reduction of the unsuccessful project being the Anarchy State School of council's contribution of $28,000. So it'd be 95,500 minus 28,000, and the total 955,000 minus the Anarchy State School of 280,000. So I can quickly do those figures and get that those changed.
Thank you. And getting back to Councillor Cypher, please.
Thank you. Look, we're all about getting grant money. I'm not against getting grant money, but what I think this report lacks is the meeting on Friday. We are not having the transparency to know the impact of the decision today on the capital works project that is going to be discussed on Friday. So I would have liked to have seen this report. I don't know, was there a timeline on this? Because, I'd like to know really what is going to be kicked out of the capital budget, which is going to be a hell of a lot because it's over 20 million of it probably. But I can't keep repeating what I repeat for the last 12 years, but I would like to know that.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a case of we have done an initial review of the capital program. There are projects which we've already identified are behind time due to lack of contractors or delays in designs, and they will be taken into consideration in the development of what Budget Review 1 looks like. In seeking the decision today, it was really around whether Council wanted to include these, which would then look at what we could deliver and what we can't. In isolation, these two projects are relatively small, and there is always the option of outsourcing through local contractors to deliver some of these projects. But in saying that, those local contractors might also be earmarked to deliver other projects, so there could be impacts on the overall program.
And I think it's probably the next report that I'm highlighting most.
Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Councillor Donaldson.
My question's a bit different. The Anarchy State School, does do they give you a reason why it wasn't successful?
Through the chair, not in the initial response. However, we do have the ability, which we always do, make contact with them after to see why it didn't meet the criteria, or why it was not successful.
Because no doubt someone will ask me why it wasn't successful, and that'd be good.
As soon as I have that information, Councillor, I'll provide it through a briefing note to all councillors.
Thanks.
Good. Good. Thank you very much. And I think also getting back to Councillor Cypher's comments about capital projects, and I think that's one of the reasons why I continue to highlight the graph from the monthly financial report on page 49 of the agenda, and also how valuable the snapshot every month is, so we can be tracking what's happening with the capital projects. But it will be an important point to make, or important information to share with council after the ELT meeting. I'm not sure how that's going to happen, whether we can have an update at a future or a briefing note as to what's happening there with the capital projects, because it is something that we face every year with that rollover. Councillor Cruz.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess I'm probably reiterating both what the Mayor and Councillor Cypher has said, is that we see these as priorities, projects, because obviously we wanted to see the grant funding, but it's about we're not getting the idea of what the other priorities that we already budgeted for They were obviously seen as priorities because they were put in the actual budget. So to actually look at the overall priority and work whether that's the piece that is missing. So it's concurring that, and to look at it from a regional perspective, it does make it difficult to make an isolated decision.
And and also look, and I know that you guys are completely transparent with us with putting those capital projects up in front, and you've got that list of these are the projects that are expected to go ahead. You've made all that clear to us too at the time if we got funding. So I just want to make sure and clarify that as well. So, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify the process, so with regard to the budget reviews, so they happen 2 to 3 times a year as per Council's finance policy. So that is where, as an operational ELT, we meet, track the progress of the capital projects. We provide recommendations through the budget review process, which is presented to councillors at firstly a workshop, and then it comes to council for the adoption of the budget at a budget review. So that's both operational and the capital projects. So I think that's at this stage earmarked for the November council meeting. So the full list of projects with any changes, whether projects are being pushed out or unable to be delivered due to a number of circumstances, will be presented to council in the November meeting for your consideration.
Yeah, and obviously that's a whole raft of risk assessment criteria that you use there. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Back to the question I asked previously, what is the time frame on having to accept this? Because I really would like to see more information in regards to the capital budget presented back as to what decision-making the ELT is going to be making on Friday about adjustments to that capital budget. These were not, I mean, I think these are great projects, don't get me wrong, and they need to be done, but they were not prioritised highly enough to be in the capital budget for full funding from us. They were only identified for grant money, and there's other projects in there that I just want to know, and not so much with these ones, these are little bickies. It's the next report, because I'll be repeating all this again when the next report comes up, because that is exactly the same situation. So when you looking at these in conjunction with the next report that's going to be presented, there's going to be a hell of a big movement in the capital project come Friday. And I believe as councillors in our decision-making rights, we should have that information prior to making decisions regarding these grant applications, because we're not getting the full picture to make a decision here today. So what is the time frame that we can stretch this acceptance of these grants out to and bring it back to the next council meeting?
Thank you, Councillor. I have the letter of award of successful nomination here in front of me, and it doesn't have a date on it, so I'm happy to take that on notice and provide that to councillors maybe over the break, if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the decision then is to lay this item on the table, to pick it up from the table at the next council meeting after we're given. Oh, after smoke. Sorry, I thought you were waiting till after. Just adjourn. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So do we have? We don't have to move. Okay. Okay. It's thank you very much, General Manager, and thank you, councillors, for discussion. So we're going to adjourn for morning tea, and then we'll come back to finish off discussing this item. And how long do we have for morning tea? Okay, so back at 11? Beaut. Well, welcome back after morning tea. Thank you, everyone. And we're returning to agenda item 11.4.2, which is confirmation of successful grant applications for the School Transport Infrastructure Fund. And we got up to deliberations, which I'll hand over now to General Manager for Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for clarification, during the break was sought with regard to timing on notification to the Department of Transport and Main Roads with regard to whether council would accept the funding agreement or not. It appears from the funding application and the advice and the successful advice from the department, there is no actual requirement for us to reply by a specific date. However, the department has contacted us a number of occasions over the last couple of days and weeks with regard to seeking our confirmation of the funding. However, there's no actual requirement to us to do it by a certain date. Noting that the applications were submitted in March of 24 and we're only notified on the 25th of September, there's a long lead-in time for the successful nomination, and we've only had it for about 3 weeks before we could bring it to council. I will note that the previous resolution, just for clarity and just to complete the whole report, so the previous application was the council endorsed the following projects for submission, and furthermore, which was those 5 projects, and furthermore that if applications are successful, council will commit the inclusion of the required funds in the financial year which the projects were to be delivered, inclusive of any project cost deemed ineligible by the funding body. With regard to the project's inclusion in 24-25, and the discussion around the budget review process, I do see these as totally 2 isolated subjects. So with regard to these projects in isolation, each of these projects don't have an impact on the delivery. With regard to the projects nominated in majority of the reports for funding today come from the infrastructure and utilities team. They are in isolation able to be delivered and not directly impacting any other project within the capital program. However, as mentioned previously, there are other projects in the program which will be delayed due to other reasons. Now that could be the designs are running late, the unavailability of contractors to quote on the projects, or the fact that we may be short-staffed in a particular area and we are unable to put the tender out in a timely manner. So there's a number of reasons why projects are delayed, but in isolation, it's not a one-to-one relationship with regard to these projects and any other delay to the capital program that you will see in BR1. ELT will very carefully consider that at BR1 and projects will only be delayed if the need is seen fit due to the issues related with that specific project. In saying that, in the development of the project and program, as Councillor Cypher has indicated, we are ambitious with our $83 million program, and that's something we will need to continue to look at moving forward with relation to what we can actually achieve being around that 60 million in future budgets.
Acting CEO.
Yes, probably just to clear something up as well. This report and the next 2 relate to funding applications which have already been approved by council. So at the time when the applications were made, and council, as part of those applications, committed to the matching funding if it was required. So there's already been resolutions on the books in support of these projects.
And thank you very much. And it's good to hear that explanation. General Manager, particularly knowing how important these projects are for school children's safety as well. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that explanation, Jason, and it certainly served its purpose. Just for clarification, I was never against funding them, it was the effect it would have on the current capital budget. In fact, I believe I was the one that endorsed the original resolution, and I was fully aware of that anyhow. But it is important for councillors to question everything, and I think that is the biggest point I've been trying to make. We must do our due diligence and take our roles responsibly by asking questions and challenging the decisions or the reports that are put before us. That is our duty. So thank you very much, Jason. It was certainly a great explanation, and I would encourage in future that those sort of explanations are always given in reporting. So thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. And I think some of that opportunity is in the alternative considered options as well. So going forward on your recommendation, Councillor Cruz.
Yeah, through the chair, probably just wanted to reiterate and thanks for that additional explanation. And I guess asking those questions as a councillor group is what it's about, and moving forward when we sort of deliberate on those budgets, on those capital budgets, it's about, you know, making sure that we have that room to take full advantage of grant funding without the hesitancy around deliverability. So that's what the question was around, but I really appreciate that extra additional information. Thank you.
Yeah, and I greatly appreciate that. And I think going forward, you know, with 5 new councillors, a new deputy mayor and a new mayor, it was a big thing for us to get our heads around this budget. And I think going forward, as we become more and more experienced, taking on particularly Councillor Cypher's and General Manager's comments, to reiterate Councillor Cruz's point, I think that we will be more aware. I don't think that we're not doing our due diligence by any means, but we will just be more aware. So without any more comments or questions, just moving forward, and we've had time also to make sure that the new amounts at the new totals are there. Just to clarify that councillors' contribution over the 2 financial years, if adopted now, is 67,500. In that first year, it's about that 50,000. Yeah. For 24-25. So I'll put the motion to the councillors. So Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the inclusion of council contribution in the capital budgets for the financial years as detailed in the table below or shown on the screen to meet council's funding obligations through the School Transport Infrastructure Program Trench 7. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Burns, seconder Councillor Hindmarsh. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Moving to item 11.4.3, confirmation of successful grant application 2024-27, Works for Queensland program, and again handing over to our General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to seek endorsement of the acceptance of the grants funding for projects successful under the 2024 to 2027 Works for Queensland program. So the Works for Queensland program is an uncontested funding program. So Central Highlands Regional Council was allocated $3.99 million through the 2024-27 Works for Queensland program to deliver infrastructure, planning and maintenance and capability development projects which support essential services or contribute to the community, economic development or council sustainability. Projects for this Works for Queensland program were presented to Council at a General Council meeting on the 26th of June 2024, and Council resolved to support the submission of 19 applications as per the resolution from that meeting. Those projects went through the assessment process with the department to meet eligibility criteria, so not with regard to the funding amounts, given that we have allocated the $3.99 million, but make sure that each project was eligible. So there was of the 19 projects, there was only one that was ineligible that didn't meet the criteria. So those funds have been moved to another project within the program. So we now have 18 projects totalling the $3.99 million of the funding agreement with a council contribution of $57,000, $57,500 across the program. So just seeking endorsement of that. All of these projects are included in the current capital program and operational program, given that it was an uncontested funding process, and we were aware of the $3.99 million prior to budget development. So in the adoption of the budget, these were counted as funded projects in the budget.
That's correct. Yep. Very good. Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, and it's just for a little bit of more information, just with regards to the SCADA and the telemetry and the wastewater, why was it singled out that it needed a contribution, a council contribution? Was it because it was a wastewater, or just why it was sort of different to the others, just out of interest?
Through the chair, so the projects that I've identified totaled 300,000 for the wastewater program.
Yep.
In assigning the projects to the program, we could have funded the SCADA 300,000 through the Works for Queensland. It would just mean that one of the other projects would have to have an equivalent contribution. So just to get the total to be $3.99 million.
No worries. Excellent. Thank you.
So it wasn't specifically related to that project. It was just that $300,000 project was the one that we decided to put our contribution against.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
It was difficult to get an exact number of projects to total the $3.99 million.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
I'd just like to say, through the chair, I'd just like to say that I'm happy to see that we were so successful with supporting our essential services and community economic development and council sustainability with this grant. And I'm sure the entire region is going to benefit from this group of works.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkins.
Thanks, General Manager, for the report. Really appreciate it. Just sort of for clarity, probably more for me than anything else, is it possible to have, which areas are getting the community halls? Is it all the community halls, or is it just one or two or something like that? Or where is getting the condition assessment? Yada, yada, yada. So...
Through the chair, yes, council, that information can be provided to councillors. A lot of that information is in the detail, so particularly with the capital program, in our adopted budget, it does indicate where those projects. So these are just the headings of the project, and there's descriptions that are associated with those. But if there's any specific questions, I'm happy to provide some further information.
Thank you. I should just read further, shouldn't I? Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, Jace, the airport apron concrete, is that where the planes are, where it's sinking? Is that on one of those pads, or is it a complete new one? Sorry, Kate.
So through the chair, that's correct. That's where there's that divot and the planes are positioning themselves from a parking point of view of unloading and offloading passengers, correct?
That, I think it's number 2 or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good. Good. Thank you very much. And as the councillors quite rightly say, this is a great opportunity to have all these projects funded that were already on our and scheduled on our 2024-25 capital projects. I remember getting the original email from the department saying that we were successful with the 3,990,000 which I'm going to put our Chief Financial Officer on the spot here because it was quite an increase on the previous Works for Queensland funding.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, that was the Roads to Recovery one.
Yeah.
So the Roads to Recovery increased by more than 70% from the previous 4-year cycle. The Works for Queensland, I'm not sure what the previous allocation was. Jason, if you-
Through the chair, I'll take a stab. I think it was $2.7 million previously.
Yeah, it was definitely, sorry, I do know the difference between the two because I was very excited about I think it was 76% increase over 5 years for the Roads to Recovery, but the Works for Queensland, I thought it was about 30%, but anyway, but it was quite a substantial increase for this round, so just wanted to flag that and thank the state government for that funding because it meant that we can fund a few more projects, which relieves our rates burden.
Mayor, of course, we were at the LJQ conference last week and it was addressed by the now Premier of Queensland who gave an exciting commitment to continue Works for Queensland for the next 4 years, I think he said, at $100 million. Sorry, at 100. Sorry. So I think it was at $100 million a year for the next 4 years. So that's fantastic for councils right across Queensland, not just ours, to get that commitment because it's always been a will they continue it, will they not? A year by year proposition, and it's great to get that commitment ongoing, so we can plan for it in our budgets.
Which, as the reason why that commitment was made at the Local Government Association conference is because it is welcomed by all local governments. It's a great commitment to assist councils with funding. We need more, but it's something.
Mayor, through the chair, so the previous allocation was 2.66 million.
Yeah, so it would have been around that 30-odd%. So, yeah, thank you very much. Sorry to put you on the spot there. So if there's no more questions or comments, we will move the motion. So I just read out that the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the inclusion of council contribution in the capital budgets for the financial years as detailed in the table below to meet council's funding obligations through the 2024-27 Works for Queensland program. As detailed in the table. If I can have a mover, please. Councillor Newman, seconder Councillor Wilkins. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, moving to item 11.4.4, confirmation of successful grant application, water infrastructure for sustainable and efficient regions, and handing over again to our General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to seek endorsement of the inclusion of funds for projects that were successful under the Water Infrastructure for Sustainable and Efficient Regions, known as WISER funding. So projects for the WISER funding were nominated and presented to the General Council meeting on the 24th of July 2024. At this meeting, Council resolved to support the submission of the application and committed to the inclusion of required funds in the 2024-2025 through to 2026-2027 financial years in which the projects will be delivered. The three projects being the Bohinia Water Treatment Plant Upgrade, the Ralston Water Treatment Plant Upgrade and Recycled Water Scheme, and the Capella Network Control. We've been notified of successful outcome for these three projects, totalling an Australian Government contribution of $2.341 million, a state government contribution of $1.958 million, and a council co-contribution of $1.616 million over the 3-year for these projects. With regard to this, confirmation is being sought for the inclusion of funds for these successful projects over the 3-year capital budgets. Now, with regard to this, given the previous council resolution, council has entered into the funding agreement already with the department, with the funding body of the state government and the Australian government, but just seeking endorsement from council with regard to prior to fully accepting the funding for this project. So with regard to previous questioning around impact on this financial year, all three projects will commence this financial year, but majority of it will be delivered in the 2 following years. There is an upfront payment from the department which will cover the council's, which will cover the spend of this financial year.
Good, thank you. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just found that little table in the officer's recommendation kind of confusing. I don't know whether it's just me, but I thought when I read it, I thought project number 1, which was Bohinia Water Treatment, was funded through the Australian government for 2.341. Ralston was the state government at 1.958, and Capella was Central Highlands Regional Council, but that's not how it's read, is it? No, but that's how it looks on the diagram. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not, because when you read your report, I'm thinking, well, if we're paying for it, why is Capella in the grant thing? Because Central Highlands Regional Council is paying for it. But I just wanted to highlight that was a little bit of a confusing little diagram.
Yep, apologise for that, councillor.
Yeah.
It is specifically related to the fact that it was the funding was across the 3 projects and not individually allocated to each project. We will split that allocation across through the budget review 1 process to each individual project.
Very good. Councillor Newman.
I'd just like to say through the chair that I'm really happy to see that we were successful in these projects, because water is critical right across the region, and these smaller communities are in desperate need of improvement, as are a number of other water facilities. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Absolutely. Very important projects for our communities, and good to see the spread across the region again. So thank you very much. I know when I first heard that we were successful this funding, Minister Glenn Butcher rang me, and he was more excited than I was, I think. So they must have worked hard to have the 3 levels of government coming together to fund these projects on behalf of Central Highlands Regional Council. So if there's no more questions or comments, we'll move the resolution that the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the inclusion of council contribution in the capital budgets for the 2024-25 to 2026-27 financial years as detailed in the table below or up on the screen. To meet council's funding obligations, council has entered into with the funding body through the Water Infrastructure for Sustainable and Efficient Regions Fund. Mover, Councillor Whiteman. Seconder, Councillor Newman. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 11.4.5, confirmation of successful grant application 2024-25 Cycle Network Local Government Grant, and handing over once again to General Manager Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as mentioned, this report seeks endorsement of the inclusion of funds for projects successful under the 2024-25 Cycle Network Local Governments Grants program. So projects for this program were nominated and presented to the General Council meeting on the 23rd of November 2023, so 12 months ago, almost 12 months ago. At this meeting, Council resolved to support the submission of 5 applications and committed to the inclusion of the required funds in the 2024-2025 financial year in which the projects will be delivered. The 5 projects being Max Gorlick Drive Cycleway Network, Gordon Street from Burn Street to Nagle Road in Capella, Blaine Street and Officer Avenue in Blackwater, Cycleway Refuge Island on Rifle Range Road and Campbellford Drive intersection, and the Rifle Range Road design of further concrete footpath in that area. So of those projects, 4 were considered eligible and successful in the application, 2 being design projects and 2 being construction projects. The project that was unsuccessful was the Cycleway Refuge Island at the intersection of Rifle Range and Campbellford Drive for a pedestrian crossing at that location. The projects were identified to be proposed over the 3-year capital program as projects that would only progress if they are externally funded. Therefore, they are not currently in the capital program. Confirmation is being sought for the inclusion of these projects in the 24-25 capital program, and noting that this application was given in November and we're only just receiving notification of a successful outcome with an expectation that we deliver by the end of July. We will be seeking from the department, if council wishes to include these, a request to extend the completion date into past the financial year, given that it's taken the department so long to give us clarification of the funding. Happy for any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Newman.
Yes, as we've discussed the cycleways previously. I'd just like to note that while the Cycleway Refuge Island was unsuccessful, I think we need to look at that as a major safety issue in the future. The pedestrians and cyclists and people on scooters trying to cross that highway is a very dangerous aspect of that road. So I'd like to see that we keep that highlighted on the forefront as a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Through the chair. General Manager, are you confident that you can do they normally give extensions, or do you think they'll be willing to give an extension for the delivery of some of these projects?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. So I've had a discussion with what was then the Shadow Minister, who's now hopefully going to be the Minister for Local Government about this issue, while we're at LGAQ, and highlighted that there's a potential problem, not just for us, but for all councils, and she was certainly very open to resolving that problem should she become the Minister. So.
Excellent, because I am fully aware that a couple of these projects particularly have been around for a long, long time and have been pushed backwards. So it certainly would be good if we could get an extension for just for a safeguard, if we can't get these all delivered. But there would be potential to go to contractors to deliver these, I'm assuming?
That's correct, Councillor Cypher. But so noting that for projects over $200,000, council's normal procurement processes take a certain amount of time. They have to be open, tenders have to be open for at least 21 days, and then you've got to assess the tenders. So given that we've only just been notified of that successful outcome now, and all tender processes and availability of contractors, we'll do everything we can to deliver them if council wishes us to, but we'll also seek an extension if needed.
Well, we'd better hurry up and approve it so we can go out to tender.
The councillors, I probably should have been a bit more, I'd be very confident that there'll be an extension on this program because it affects all councils.
Yeah. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just for my own clarity, so the distances that are going to be, done, don't seem particularly long for a cyclist. I mean, it's good for, walking and stuff like that, but not particularly long for a cyclist. So is this part of, okay, so we're going to do this length this year and then possibly another length in the following years, or is it just, that's it for that sort of project? Is it going to be like a proper cycleway where it's more feasible for someone who's cycling for exercise, or is it just mainly for kids coming home from school or something like that?
Yep, thank you, councillor. So to be eligible for the Cycle Network Local Government Grants program, the link has to be on our principal cycle network. So we have a plan which is across the region, identifies our principal cycle network. This is an ongoing program which we've been successful for funding applications on previous rounds. So each project goes to an overall link strategy. So the connectivity of each project forms the whole network. The 2025, 2027 program, 2025-26 program that was presented to council recently with potential projects. The decision was not to apply for any in the next round until we decide what our capital program will look like moving forward. So this is the last round of our existing applications. We're putting a hold on the 25-26 program with the option of including further down the track in future rounds.
Sure, so this is more where you've got the 4 right now, that's more like for safety issues, do you think, is it, or is that why you've chosen those particular spots?
So through the chair, so either addressing an existing link that's not there, or improving the footpath that is already there on that network that's been identified as the priority network from a cycleway perspective.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Donaldson.
I've got a few comments. This is a classic example of the wheels turn slow with government. That's just a comment. I think the public, I've had a lot of questions with these cycle things, and I know this is a part of a bigger picture, and you're either joining it up, which is a very good idea, but the people always say, there's a footpath there, why is the council always ripping up and putting the big, sort of larger one there? And I don't think what I explained, and you've told us, that you have to have it, rip the old one up and put a brand new in, because that is the specifications to get the land, but the public don't know that. And I think maybe we could put out some sort of thing to explain why we're doing that, because I get a lot of questions over, especially in Emerald, the one going up the rifle. Is it rifle? No.
Yeah, rifle.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just a point. And another point, it's good. An overall thing, I think it's very good how we are, as a council, getting a lot of government grants to help us with our, well, obviously, more grants we get, less rates we have to sort of do for the capital project. It's good. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Newman.
Through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Donaldson, for reminding me of that cycle hierarchy that we have there, because I know a number of our smaller communities, and to front of mind is Rolleston. A number of those communities are interested in receiving this sort of infrastructure, and it would be nice for transparency to have that hierarchy put forward so the community could have an understanding of how that's being progressed.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Absolutely. I think we've talked about the principal cycle network. I know that I think we've been always calling it the active transport, pathways that we need to be using or constructing in our community. So it's good that we've got some funding to help us do that. And I think we've referred back again that principal cycle network came out of a previous Central Highlands Regional Council livability strategy. I think we've got that somewhere on the agenda to be looking at, and definitely when we look to be doing our place-based planning, we need to focus on those, because I know that through the Blackwater Community Reference Group many years ago, we actually sat as a group with the help of Jason's department to go around and look at, what was needed to have those active transport cycles. We did our project plans and have been lobbying for many years to get some of these things up. Some of these projects up, and I know Councillor Cypher would have been in the same boat for Capella as we have been for Emerald. So, but you're quite right. By looking at all of the individual communities, make sure that all of our communities are equally supported through this kind of infrastructure going forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarity, so if someone did want to look at what links were eligible for funding, it is available on the internet. If you search Central Highlands Regional Council Principal Cycle Network, it throws you to the approved plans that Transport and Main Roads have endorsed as being eligible for future funding.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you. I wasn't aware you could access it on the website, actually. So thank you. Councillor Whiteman.
Just through the chair, in terms of the future after this round of funding for these grants, one of the complications of this grant process that we found with the Ralston one was that in some of our smaller towns, only the major highways are available for funding, where you've got a town such as Ralston with as much land around it as you could possibly poke a stick at to ride your push bike on. The only available funding was right down the side of the highway, where you probably don't want your kids to be riding anyway. That is something that will need to be addressed at some point, because it's an inappropriate use of the money to only have it available where people don't want to ride.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteman, and I tend to agree. The nature of this cycle network does have an urban focus, a very urban focus, where cycling to work and etc. is more prominent, and it doesn't really suit some of our more regional towns, or even some of our bigger towns such as Emerald and Blackwater.
Good. Thank you very much. If there's no more questions or comments, we'll move to the recommendation, which is the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the inclusion of council contribution in the capital budgets for 2024-25 financial year as detailed in the table below to meet council's funding obligations council has entered into with the funding body through the 2024-25 Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Cypher. Seconder. Oh, that was close. Councillor Hindmarsh. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is item 12 for decision action reports closed session. And the item is 12.2, Sunwater, Fairburn Recreation and LM1 Drain. We're going to be moving into closed session. Oh, thank you. I was going to read out the reason first. Yeah, you've got it here on the... It's just following the agenda. Yep, sorry. Very good. I think I read all of this out and then this report is confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the council meeting to be closed to the public to discuss negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. A mover, Councillor Cruz, seconder, Councillor Whiteman. All in favour? Thank you. Motion carried. Move into closed session. Welcome back out of closed session. Thank you, councillors and staff. Welcome back, any viewers. Moving to the resolution for item 12.2. The resolution is that the Central Highlands Regional Council decides not to proceed with the offer to purchase, acquire the LN1 drain from Sunwater Limited due to potential liabilities, flooding risk and financial consideration. And point 2, decides not to proceed with the offer to purchase, acquire the Fairburn Dam Recreation Area from Sunwater Limited in the interests of financial sustainability and risk management. Point 3, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate with the state government and Sunwater options to increase service levels of the Fairburn Dam Recreation Area for increased community livability and tourism attraction within the Central Highlands region. And 4, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to communicate the decision to Sunwater Limited and continue negotiations on the Fairburn Dam Recreation Area. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Newman, seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving now on to item number, section number 13, information reports. Coming to item 13.1, 13.1.1, Councillor Update Staff Awards, and handing over now to Chief Financial Officer Arun Diaz. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Council proudly hosted the inaugural Staff Awards in Emerald on the 24th of September 2024, celebrating the incredible contributions of our talented and dedicated team. This special event was an opportunity to acknowledge the hard work, passion and commitment that drives Central Highlands Regional Council forward. From outstanding customer service to innovative projects and leadership, our staff continually go above and beyond to serve the community. The awards recognized excellence in a wide range of categories, shining a spotlight on the dedication and teamwork that makes CHRC an exceptional place to work. Staff from the procurement and finance teams were nominated for these awards. And starting with staff from finance, Carla Melian was recognized as highly commended for the Customer Service Champion Award. Carla was specially recognized for her high levels of reliability at a time when her staff resigned. She stepped up to the role and in a short time introduced many system improvements. Alyssa Priddle from Procurement was the winner for the Living the Values Award. And Alyssa was recognized for her continued commitment to council in providing professional support to staff and also providing formal training to new starters. The budget development team from finance, led by Helen Desley and Gian, were recognized for their work during the budget workshops and leading up to the council budget adoption. All these staff and other staff who were also recognized on that day were recognized for their commitment to council and to their roles. On behalf of council, I thank them and congratulate them for their achievements. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Good, thank you. Open up for councillors, any comments or questions? Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to congratulate, I'm sure everyone wishes to congratulate these winners. It sounds like they did a good job. I'm sorry I missed the night actually, I was doing something else. But yeah, it sounded good, thank you.
And I would also like to reiterate that this is an excellent opportunity of the Staff Awards to to exactly say that, showcase particularly all of the different jobs that we have here at council as well. I know that I was surprised with some of the different jobs that I didn't even know were there. So no, it was an excellent opportunity. I would like to say congratulations to all staff, to all the staff that organised the event, and thank our acting CEO and our executive leadership team for getting behind this and getting these staff awards happening again. Also, congratulations to all of the winners. But also congratulations to all their colleagues in their teams, because without the team around them, helping them to do their work and supporting them in their work, and also nominating them, they wouldn't have been up for these awards. So a big, huge congratulations. And once again, I just wanted to say that this is a great way to be able to put in front of community, in front of the region, all of the different jobs that council have, but also continue to build and showcase the culture to attract people to our organisation. So a huge thank you very much, and a huge congratulations to all our winners and all those nominated. Thank you. Very good. I did say a lot there, didn't I? So, but yeah, thank you very much. If there's no more questions or comments, we'll move to the recommendation. And the recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to the staff awards pertaining to the office of the Chief Financial Officer, or CFO, held in Emerald on the 24th of September 2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burns, seconder Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to 13.2, communities. And item 13.2.2, councillor update, growing our own, and handing over now to Manager Planning and Land Management, Kristen Burns, and also to Chloe. I just can't remember your last name and your title. Okay, Chloe Ledby, PR Officer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. So this report is to provide an update on two wonderful examples of councils growing our own within the Communities Department, with the successful transition from two valuable employees, as we'll dub them today, the Special Ks, Chloe and Crystal, from the traineeship program through to permanent staff. So council has been facilitating its Grow Your Own program since 2016, and in conjunction with the initiative has historically funded 8 to 12 positions each year. Entry-level roles such as apprenticeships and traineeships support workforce planning and talent development opportunities within our community. For the past 3 years, council has benefited from an average completion rate of 92% and a retention rate of a whopping 83% of all trainees and apprentices securing ongoing employment in the organisation. As qualifications can vary between 12 to 48 months, council's total apprentice and trainee numbers fluctuate each year. In 2024, a total of 4 apprentices and 15 trainees were and still are undertaking qualifications through our apprenticeship and trainee program. So I'd like to talk about Chloe, our public relations team member, and give her the opportunity to say a few words in a moment. But 2 weeks out from graduating from high school, Chloe stumbled across council's public relations traineeship advertised on council's Facebook page and decided to apply. Thankfully she did, because as we now know, she was a successful candidate. Chloe started with council in February 2023, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to learn as she completed a certificate in marketing and communication. Chloe began developing her personal and professional skills, completing tasks such as calling local businesses, designing fact sheets and posters, interviewing public figures, taking photos and videos, and drafting media releases and social media posts. If anyone's seen the new suite of Rangers fact sheets, you'll know that Chloe was the mastermind behind many of them as well too, which are all up on our website, and we had them at Agro this year. Being her first corporate job, everything about council and the real world was new to Chloe, but it didn't take her long to find her feet and really excel in the role. Juggling study and work seemed to come to Chloe naturally, and she managed to complete her studies almost 9 months early in May 2024 this year, which is absolutely incredible. So it's proof of how far she's come. Chloe was then the successful applicant for a vacant public relations officer role, commencing this position in August this year. While the learning doesn't end here, Chloe is already an invaluable member of the team and has a natural ability for public relations work. For now, her plans are to continue to grow in her new role and soak up all of the experience that she can here at the Central Highlands Regional Council. So I just wanted to see if Chloe wanted to say a few words about her time here, if she was comfortable too. So I'll just hand over the mic.
Awesome. Thank you, KB. Yeah, KB summed it up pretty good. I was in grade 12 just scrolling through, as you do, on my phone, and I saw it pop up on Facebook. My mum actually sent it to me and said, this is something right up your alley. I've always loved doing social media, interviewing people, all that jazz. So I applied, and then, yeah, a couple of weeks later, I was told it was going through and I was successful. And it was good because I didn't know what I wanted to do after school. Had no plans, just knew I didn't want to go to uni. And yeah, I'm loving every single second of it. So yeah, if you get a chance to, definitely apply. I really encourage everyone from my school and my grade, if you don't know what you're doing, just go for an apprenticeship or a traineeship. At least you've got something underneath your belt. But yeah, no, I'm loving it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. And I've welcomed all my time working with you as well. So I'm sure we'll all have more opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you. The second of our special Ks is Crystal. So unfortunately, Crystal's in training this morning until 11:30 in Emerald. So with the way the agendas were playing out today, she wasn't going to be able to make it down to be here and meet the councillors in person. So I'll give a little bit of a backstory on Crystal. So she's in my Ranger Services and Rural Land Management team. So I've got to know Crystal over the course of her traineeship here. So she applied for the traineeship program in 2022 and was successful in obtaining traineeship within the Ranger Services and Rural Land Management team. Diligently applying herself to her studies enabled Crystal to complete her traineeship in 2024. Crystal's talents and desire to learn and engage in professional development meant the team had no hesitation in enrolling Crystal to undertake a qualification in microchipping whilst she was still activating her traineeship. Fortunately for council in growing their own, this set Crystal up for success with a successful appointment into a vacant Emerald Ranger position upon completion of her studies of her Cert 4 in Government Investigations. In August 2024, much like Chloe, Crystal commenced full-time in her role, and her on-the-job training and studies enable Crystal to hit the ground running, which was incredible for the team to have another asset into that very busy team. Using her skills and her personality to bring another dimension to the team. Crystal's role involves diverse tasks from playing with puppies and liaising with pet rescues to preparing dog attacks and evidence for court briefings, with no 2 days being the same. Customer service is an integral part of the role, and Crystal works hard to engage effectively with both our internal and external customers, from the weekly whereabouts email through to our external customers and calling them if there's things they need to be brought up to speed on. The role also focuses on education before enforcement and helping educate the community right across the region, as well as resolving issues such as barking on unregistered dogs, overgrown allotments and abandoned vehicles. Crystal has transitioned into the permanent role with ease, and we look forward to seeing what Crystal's future at Central Highlands Regional Council has in store for her. So it's a shame she can't be here today, but I'll send the live stream link to her so she can hear any feedback or discussion from today's report.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations to Crystal as well. And Crystal, when you get to have a look at this, welcome aboard. It again shows the diversity of career options that you have at council. So from marketing and media to our range of services. I'm glad that that Crystal is really enjoying her job there. So thank you and welcome aboard, and thank you once again to ELT and everyone for taking this opportunity to showcase our staff and our growing our own examples, because this is something that we've been wanting to make sure that we're doing with council. We know it's been happening, but the most important thing now is that we are showcasing and putting it out there to the community. So in the hope that we will, as you quite rightly say, Chloe, encourage more people to come on board, do a traineeship or an apprenticeship at council. So thank you very much. Move to the recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to growing our own within the Communities Department. Can I have a mover? Councillor Wilkins, seconder Councillor Hindmarsh. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So moving on now to item 13. Is that right? Oh, yep, 13.2.2, record of proceedings for Central Highlands Regional Council Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee planning meeting on the 13th of September 2024, and again handing over to Manager Kirsten Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. Through the Chair, the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, known as CHRC, is a council committee established to support council service delivery in the areas of arts, culture and heritage. The committee met on the 13th of September with the record of proceedings presented for you today. As I'll take the report on read, I just thought I'd ask Councillor Wilkins the opportunity, being a passionate member of the group, if you wanted to share any insights from these minutes before we take any councillor questions.
Sorry, did you want to go first?
Oh, no, you haven't done
Sorry,
yours.
Councillor Cypher.
No, you were invited to go. I thought you were pressed about.
Councillor Wilkins.
To me, probably the only thing that was sort of outstanding. Oh, there's a fair few things that we discussed, obviously, with the 30-year Sister City celebrations, heritage projects. Also, the discussion about the renaming of the Arts Around August Festival, which has now been closed, and I think that has been chosen, but that will be for another time. And also the RAD of funding announcement made. So as part of that, there was like just under $20,000, I think, available after the round 2 and return funds. And so the B story was utilised as part of that funding, but the rest had gone towards the Youth Fest. I think that was it. Yeah, that was probably all that I can really add to that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkins. Any other comments or questions? Very good. Yeah, Okey-doke. So yeah, I just wanted to say, looking through all of the projects, there's again a good span of projects right across the region, and there's great diversity in the different programs as well, and age groups that they're targeted to. So congratulations to everybody on that committee, and the staff in that area that support, as well as all of our amazing volunteers who get in there and get these projects happening. So if there's no more comments and questions, we'll move to the recommendation, is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the record of proceedings of the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee planning meeting held on the 13th of September 2024. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Hobmarsh, seconder Councillor Wilkins. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So moving to 13.3, corporate and community services. Item 13.3.1, unconfirmed record of proceedings, Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Meeting, the 26th of August 2024. And I hand over now to General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, the Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Committee provides a forum for consultations on matters relating to the Emerald Sale Yards. And with the committee meeting quarterly, the committee's last meeting was the 26th of August this year, and items discussed during the committee meeting included workplace health and safety, financial matters, and an update on capital works projects. I will take the report as read and present the unconfirmed record of proceedings for Council to receive.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? No?
Yes.
Councillor Cypher.
I was just wondering if the position has been filled at the sale yards for the, I don't know what the title of that position was, but if that position has been filled?
So through the Chair, from the recruitment point of view, there was 2 positions identified. With the resignation of an officer's position, we were able to, within the budget constraints, identify 2 positions and take some money from overtime to be able to afford those 2 positions to replace that one current position, which allows us to have 2 dedicated positions, one for maintenance and repairs and the other one for actual cattle cattle movements within the sale yards and to support the sales and the dipping, feeding and spelling. The position that's supporting the dipping, feeding and spelling and working with the cattle has been filled, and that person commences on Monday. We've gone back out to the market for the maintenance person for within the sale yards, and that position closes very soon, so it will be then looking at the applicants from there.
Okay, and I have another one. ALGA, the Agents Association, is there any intention of them employing a contractor instead of the model they currently are operating under since the previous contractor left? So is there any intention of a permanent contractor to go into that role?
My understanding is that ELSA has gone to market for a principal contractor to be engaged, and they are in the final stages of assessment of those tenders that they've received.
Excellent. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the Chair. So I guess probably there were a number of things discussed at this meeting. One that I'd like to highlight is just with regard the cross-loading facility that Athol Carter, representing Frasers, and myself, we've had conversations and emails and so forth following up on that. So that was probably one of the actions coming from that. And I think he may have also been present at a stakeholder group for the Queensland Beef Corridors. So he'll be getting that information firsthand, which our General Manager was presenting at. I guess probably a couple of things that have been brought up. It was about the biosecurity plan, and I think we're looking at that as a organisational wide thing to come back and have a look at. And then again, the now manager to come back and have a look at the animal welfare and those sort of things at the next meeting. And just probably a question just with regards the new staff member, do they have all the relevant licences that were held by the previous employee, I guess?
Yep, so through the chair, it's a different model in relation to the current officer is in an admin stream as opposed to a field officer stream. And so with a restructure within the team, the new position is taking on a different role. We still have 2 other officers that will, I guess those responsibilities will be dispersed throughout the current 3 officers that are currently within the team. So all of those functions will still be delivered and available to customers of the sale yards. It's just a different model of delivery moving forward.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just concerned because I didn't want, because there are a couple of specific licences that are required, and I certainly didn't want to think that by losing one and then employing one without another that we lost that capability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Donaldson?
Yes, I was just looking, just wondering, the other expenses of 42,956 in the budget was 19,800. It's 117% what you budgeted. Could you explain why that's such a high number? And also the internal plant hire, it's about 84% more than budgeted.
So through the chair, with regards to internal plant hire, that was the identification of the skid steer. So that's an internal charge that is attributed to the sale yards and the plant and fleet that the sale yards hold. And as a result, it was a budget correction in terms of a correct identification of those assets being accounted to the sale yards. And sorry, I just would seek clarity on the first question. If you could point out the page to me that...
Sorry, Carrie.
Yep, that's all right.
Good question. 227.
And sorry, just...
It's under operating expenses under the
Oh, other expenses?
it's got the red dot. It's full year actuals of 42,956 and year to budget. Oh, I see, right, yeah. No, that's correct, that's good. Sorry. My mistake there. I did have a couple other questions. I see the dipping. This is more of a comment. The dipping's actually gone down a little bit, but the spelling is up by 50%. Is that because it's becoming more popular to spell cattle there, or is it just the conditions of the environment sort of thing as the country's getting dry and more cattle are coming through?
So through the chair, it's the seasonality of the throughput at this time. It's difficult to project to align it to the budget projections, given that the industry, I guess, changes in some ways unpredictably depending on the weather and the season and the sales and the price. So we try and estimate as accurately as we can throughout the year.
I was at the sale yards the other day, and I was just wondering, the cattle crush is it due to be started soon, do you think?
Correct. So we've been waiting for some technical expertise to install the cattle crush. So the cattle crush is on site, and my understanding is it's not happening this Friday. It'll be happening next week in terms of the install.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just probably another one, just with regard that action that the managers to come back with regarding the raw water supply. So I think in the instance the pump had failed, so to ensure continuity of water obviously potable water then kicks in, just for those that weren't at the meeting and may not know. So if we could, make sure that and it's been identified as an action for the following, because it's not only the cost to the business unit. If you've got cattle that aren't used to that water, they're going to be hanging off straight away, which obviously has a financial implication as well as a welfare implication.
So through the chair, I can give some update on behalf of the manager who was unable to attend today. Bronwyn's provided some additional information, having done some research. So the raw water supply has been an asset to the facility over the last 4 years, but the primary supply is the town water supply. So the raw water supply is the initial supply that we'll draw down on. As the sale yards is an end user of that service, so there's a number of users that draw down on that raw water supply. So the pump is functional. It is allowing water to flow through to the sale yards. There's internal customers of that facility or that pump and that supply. So Bronwyn's in conversations with those internal stakeholders as to the needs of the sale yards and the timing of the drawdown of that raw water so that we have a stable supply. So, for example, Parks and Gardens utilise the raw water overnight time on an automated sprinkler type of arrangement. So on Wednesday nights, where the sale yards requires the raw water at the highest demand, they're not going to utilise the raw water supply on a Wednesday night. And so that's been a recent efficiency action that's been put in place through negotiations, and they're investigating. We're investigating having some raw water storage on site. Our tanks currently on site supply the sprinkler system, which is the lawn sprinkler system as opposed to the
Loss mitigation.
Correct, and the supply to the troughs. So there's some work being undertaken to identify how we might be able to build that into our forward capital works program.
That's good to hear, because I think from memory it was sort of a cost of about 27,000 or something like that was that changeover. So if you've got that sort of ability to work between those departments, and that would be good. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Great discussion. And thank you very much. I'll put the recommendation forward. The recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the unconfirmed record of proceedings of the Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Committee meeting held on the 26th of August 2024. A mover, Councillor Cruz. Seconder, Councillor Burns. All in favour? A motion carried. Thank you very much. Good. Moving to item 13.3.2, councillor update, customer service, and handing over once again to General Manager Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson, and welcome to Manager Customer Service, Rebecca Brosnan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the chair, Council is responsible for providing 40 core services, including essential services such as waste, road maintenance, parks and customer service. These core services play a critical role in the daily lives of our community, maintaining overall livability and wellbeing. As a critical service, Council provides several mechanisms for the community, for community concerns, queries and issues to be addressed promptly and efficiently, thus building trust and strengthening the relationship between Council and the community. I have with me Manager of Customer Service, Rebecca Brosnan, to take Council through this report on customer service.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, General Manager Knudsen. Through the chair, it's my pleasure to provide you with an update on customer service activities, which includes projects and programs that involve customer service, and also our performance statistics for the first quarter of this financial year. Starting on page 236, I'll just run through a high-level summary of the statistics. There is an infographic included as an attachment to the report that provides some more information, and it starts on page 240. But for now, page 236, Council received a total of 6,789 customer requests for that 3-month period. 84% were completed by the due date. Just under half, so 48% of the total number of requests that were lodged were received by Council's 1300 number. You'll see there email is closely following at 22% in terms of the most popular channel, which aligns with us receiving 10,500 emails for that same quarter. In terms of our contact centre, we received 7,467 calls for the period, with 67% resolved by the customer service team at the first point of contact. The majority of calls for this quarter related to rates notices as they were issued on the 30th of September. In terms of our additional contact points, Council's after-hours service provider received 214 calls with an average speed of answer of 39 seconds for that period. A total of 10,603 emails were received via our generic email inbox for the period. This number includes just under 500 Snap Send Solve reports, which mostly related to misbin services. Issuing of the first half rates notices for this financial year and disruptions to curbside collection, which councillors would be aware of through Cleanaway staff shortages, illness and mechanical breakdowns, resulted in a significant increase to contact to council through all of our contact channels. Moving on from the statistics, and you would have heard some other amazing stories earlier today, our staff awards were held on Tuesday the 24th of September. I have in the room with me today customer service trainee Amy Wagner and her supervisor Kazzy Holliger. So customer service staff received 2 nominations for awards for customer service and highly commended for outstanding trainee or apprentice. Min unfortunately can't be with us today. She's unwell, but if you've ever had the pleasure of visiting the Emerald office, you can attest to her welcoming attitude and the atmosphere that she creates. Min was the winner for the Customer Service Champion Award for that reason. Amy, and because she's with us today, I can share a little bit of her background, started with council in March of this year. So the units for the business administration trainee were released to Amy in late April, so just a month later. Amy has 2 units to complete and she's finished her traineeship. So an outstanding commitment to her studies, and she's been out on the road with councillors for a community consultation that happened a little bit earlier. Her commitment to learn and develop and absorb as much as she can is the reason that she received that highly commended award for outstanding trainee. Amy also, comes to us from the small community of Orion as another example of us growing our own. She graduated last year, having finished grade 12 at Cathedral Catholic College, and wanted to return back to the region and secure a job with council. So we're very proud that Amy is with us, and we hope to find at the end of her traineeship secure her a permanent position within council. Moving on to, so well done.
And to Min too.
And well done, Min. Moving on to community consultations. So council utilises several methods of engaging with community. Consultations are one of them. Councillors have been out and about since post-election and have visited over 13 communities since then. It's a condensed format than what we're generally used to, because we kick off in February, so it's been a full schedule. And we have Spring Shores this evening and Bluff and Dingo tomorrow. Attendees have reacted positively to the revised format, which welcomes and encourages community to do much of the talking and share their concerns and comments and updates about what's going on in their neck of the woods. The 2025 community consultation schedule is in development and will be socialised with councillors before the end of the calendar year. And we've included some images of some of the consultations and the different locations, halls. The Comet Community Consultation happened to be on Queensland Day, so everybody got into costume. And then we also have those consultations on the banks of a creek at Teresa Creek. So they come in all shapes and sizes. Finally, moving on to customer service knowledge management system, which we affectionately call Connie the cow. Connie, short for Constance, the Latin word for Constance knowledge, is our go-to guide. Since its implementation in June, we've published 131 knowledge articles. We have a long way to go, but it's a great start. These articles have been viewed by the customer service team more than 11,000 times, so it's a fantastic resource. The most searched articles included standpipe, waste and camping, and interestingly enough, they're not popular, but they're accessed a lot because we don't get them all that often, and we need to refresh our knowledge when we do get them. The most frequently accessed articles include our email signatures, which we use consistent email signatures for application fees and inquiries. So our internal contact lists, which we manage, and our start and end of day receipting processes. When I sought feedback from the customer service team recently about what they love most, it's having everything in one spot. It helps speed up the interactions and provide a much better customer service experience. So that's the end of the update, and I will hand back over to councillors for any questions or comments.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I think before I open the floor, once again, congratulations, Amy, for being here today. So thank you very much. Congratulations. And it's just amazing, really, how far that one Staff Awards event has spread through the organisation as well. And a huge congratulations to Min. And it's lovely to know someone from Orion joining council, so good on you. Thank you very much. And comments over to the councillors. Questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just on page 240, just with regards request by type and the overdue definitions. I think we've spoken about it a couple of times because of, particularly if you're talking about roads and that infrastructure stuff, obviously the timeline is going to be a lot greater than some other departments. Is there any capabilities to be able to change those timeframes so that it's a little bit more indicative of what the expectations are? Because if you didn't have that definition, you'd be going, oh, they're all overdue. But it's purely because of the timeframes to be able to, rectify those issues.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, there is functionality. It requires us to do a little bit of work around our service levels, which we've started, and we need to circle back on at a point in time. But it is linked to what those community expectations are when it comes to those service requests, and then what council can do in that space and what we're committed to. So we haven't made the system changes ahead of being able to have those conversations about different service levels and what that might look like, and then aligning those with the system to be able to support it. So we've started the work, but we do need to circle back when that conversation kicks off again.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you for putting that definition in there, because it does, it makes it a lot, not only clearer for us, but for everybody that's viewing the document to know that council isn't overdue, technically overdue on what they're doing. It's just that system and, thank you.
Awesome. Councillor Wilkins.
I just want to say that I'm so impressed with the Snap Send Solve app and everything like that. I've got a few badges from doing it. What was that?
I was the champion.
Councillor Cypher, previous champion.
Thank you.
We might have two champions now. Sorry.
No, it's been so wonderful, and especially like just recently, a recent example is having those huge winds and a lot of tree branches down, and my hubby's also loves it as well. And he sent out a Snap Send Solve, and pretty much a couple of hours later, the branches across the road were cleared up, and I've sent a few on leaks and things like that, water leaks, and just it's been an amazing response. So thank you. It's really, really good.
Absolutely. And to reiterate, thank you very much. We can see here how hard you guys work, and we'd also like to say thank you very much for being on the front line of handling any of our I suppose, inquiries with our missed bin services. So that was an extremely, I suppose, difficult time for the provider as well as for council and our residents. So thank you very much. We've got the stats to prove that you were working hard there as well. Thank you very much also for all the support that you guys do with our community consultations as well. And congratulations with bringing in your new knowledge management system, Connie, because as Councillor Cruz and yourself were highlighting, it's an important aspect to be improving our responsiveness. But again, it's how we support and improve the way we do things is to improve some of our systems and processes, and that's certainly contributing to overall efficiency. So thank you very much. If there's no more comments or questions, we'll move the recommendation. That recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the customer service progress update. Any movers? Councillor Hindmarsh, seconded Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Motion carried, and thank you very much. I've just been informed by our CEO that and Marnie that our lunch is ready. So and we're still on track with our timing with our agenda. So I propose that we break for our lunch break. It's now just after 1 o'clock, and we allow perhaps half an hour and be back at 1:30. Oh, what are we doing for lunch, sorry? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. It's up to you guys. Do we hear 30 minutes, 60 minutes? 30 minutes, beautiful. So thank you very much, councillors. We are adjourning for a break now and returning at 1:30. Thank you everyone. Welcome back, councillors and staff and our online viewers to return to our agenda. Our first agenda item is for 13.4 for infrastructure and utilities. So the agenda item is 13.4.1, councillor update, Meteor Street drainage upgrade. Handing over to General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After many years of persistent water ponding and access issues along Meteor Street, we are pleased to announce the successful completion of this year's capital project with regard to this project. In August of this year, we engaged through a tender process CGW Australia to undertake the car park extension works adjacent to Beasley Park in Rolleston. The primary objective of these works is to implement local drainage improvements and tourism improvements for accessing Beasley Park along Meteor Street all the way down to Comet Street. Residents directly impacted along with the Rolleston Community Reference Group were engaged during the project and engaged in detailed discussions around options and the design plans before any works were commenced. With the completion of this project, the car park at Beasley Park has been expanded to better accommodate for the growing number of visitors. The extension not only increases car parking capacity, but is also designed to improve drainage features to prevent water accumulation and making it more user-friendly and accessible all year round. A new concrete lined drain has been constructed along Meteor Street to enhance the flow of stormwater. This drainage solution is specifically designed to channel excess rainwater away from the road and into the drainage system, significantly reducing localised flooding and standing water during heavy rainfall. The accesses along the road have also been restored using concrete construction practices, ensuring a durable and long-standing surface. The reinstatement of these accesses not only improves the aesthetic of the area, but also enhances their functionality, integrating seamlessly with the newly established drainage system. These strategic improvements aim to enhance the flow of stormwater directly into the drainage system rather than allowing it to pond on the roadway and roadside verge. By prioritising these works into the capital program, we are committed to fostering a safer, more efficient environment for all residents and visitors within the Rolleston community. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, the new drain on Meteor Street, how does it tie in with future curbing and guttering, channeling?
Through the chair, so the extension of the car park now has bitumen all the way to the edge of the park along Beasley Street. At this stage, there is no future plans to extend the curb and channel down Meteor Street.
I know.
It will be an unsealed verge to the property accesses.
I know. It was the only, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy that this drain was completed. However, the height difference between the bottom of the drain and the roadway works for the current roadway. It would be a very, very steep incline if there was an extra curbing and channeling put on the edge of that roadway, lifting that roadway up by another 150 mils, and then, a little bit further out, that would make from there down to the bottom of the drain incredibly steep. It is something that I would like to address in the future, the curbing and channeling around those streets.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Whiteman. I know, I think one of my questions, if that's all right, I know that Councillor Newman and myself had got the ability to inspect it very closely because we stayed at the park up the road to go to the ball, so we walked back and forward. So, but yeah, it was very exciting to see it completed. But my question is, will you seed like grass or just to stop the soil from continuing to erode there, or?
Through the chair, so as part of the project, there was some turf laid. We have had some issues with regard to frequency of watering of that turf, so it is not in ideal condition. So we note that and something that we are rectifying. At this stage, there is no intention to seed the area between the drain and the roadway.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I suppose there's other options, gravel or whatever, I don't know. But anyway, thank you very much for the update. It's great to have an update from one of our smaller communities as well. So we appreciate it. And I know that a couple of people in Rolleston said that they were very happy to see this completed. So thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Yeah, through the chair, that's what I was just going to say, is that the couple of people in Rolleston that had spoken to me said that they were, happy with what had, the improvements for what is there now. Particularly that, the car park extension, but also those crossovers and stuff like that. That's got to be an added benefit to what was there previously. So excellent, good stuff.
Awesome, thank you very much. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just a quick question. Can't leave already so soon. Is that part of the part where some of the caravans were turning around as well, and that's making that easier too? Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct, councillor. So the extension of the bitumen allows more area for caravanners to turn around. We've formalised the end of the car parking area with some sandstone blocks to basically create a separation of the parking and turnaround facility for Beasley Park, and then the residential on the other side of the concrete blocks. I was down in Rolleston a fortnight ago for a sporting event, and I took the opportunity as well to go and have a look at it, and I did witness a number of caravanners turning around before the blocks, so that is serving its purpose now, and in terms of keeping them away from the residential area.
Oh, good, thank you. Thank you very much. With no more comments and questions, we'll move on to the recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to Meteor Street drainage upgrade. And do we have a mover? Councillor Cypher, seconder, Councillor Donaldson, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Moving now to item 13.5 for Central Highlands Development Corporation. So item 13.5.1, the Central Highlands Development Corporation Service Level Agreement Q1 update, and handing over now to Mr. Peter Dowling, our Chief Executive Officer for Central Highlands Development Corporation. Welcome, Peter.
Thanks, councillors. Thanks, officers. The purpose of this report is to provide a quarterly update as per our service level agreement for the quarter of July to September 2024. You'll notice, as per normal, we do have a combination of a presentation, which I'll go through now, but we also do have the operational report, status updates in that report, and also a CEO's report, which has more depth to it. So happy to refer to those at any point through the discussion. If I start off with the highlights, just a reminder that our strategy has 7 sort of priority areas and objectives below that. So we are still adhering to that, and that implements into our operational plan and aligns very well. Thought I'd start here with the Regional Transformation Working Lunch. As councillors and officers would know, that we do a number of lunches and events through a year, but not a substantial number. We usually do about 3 with a signature event, and that luncheon had about 60 plus people in attendance. I think the beauty of that luncheon was that we were able to get some grassroots understanding of the state government's Central Queensland Regional Transformation Strategy from one of the directed or Deputy Director General Michelle Bauer. Really important there was also the fact that Michelle was able to engage with local business while she was in the region, which we assisted in doing so. And as one of those photos indicates, had in-depth conversations post-event with one of our inland port sort of owners, Alan Stent Smith. So the purpose of that event was where we want to engage with our community and give them a sense of that state government planning that's taking shape, but also give them that access to individuals that are in decision-making positions. So we're really pleased with that. The other one that we've got there is the farm-to-fine dining experience, and the next slide actually has a little bit of a promo video as an outcome, so we'll hopefully step into that. But the conversion rate is often an interesting thing in terms of our invitees for that event. We had 82 that said that they'd be attending, and on the night we actually had 78. And that's a very, very good conversion rate. Usually you'll get about 10 to 12 people that can't make it on the night. I think the other thing that we did with our videos, when we did post them online to Facebook and LinkedIn, they reached 900 accounts through Facebook and over 1,000 accounts through LinkedIn. The importance there is that it also is a direct relationship, that event, to our operational plan and strategy. So it's not just something that we think is of value. We do that, but it is part of that operational and strategic plan as well. It delivers against a number of priority areas. I think some of the outcomes that I can recall very quickly would be the fact that we had some really good engagement with Travellers Group, which own one of our motels in town, with Like Mum Used to Make. So they have actually created opportunities beyond the event to service the motel through that business in town. The other one that comes to mind is that business as well was very interested in the events that we do bring to town, like AgTech 24 coming up in November, and the opportunity to support those that are attending events in region. So we're able to link them directly. And the other one that is important for me is the Qantas. So we've been putting our position paper out. We've had ongoing discussions with them, and through that night in particular, we're able to have some one-on-ones, and that's materialised into an event, a meeting next week with some of our senior people across council and CHDC. So we'll see where that takes us, but that is some of the benefit where we get those decision makers in the room at the same time. The other one was that Warwick Agnew, our Director General for Resources at the time, also engaged with one of the senior leaders of Kestrel Coal, who have received some good funding from state government to do their decarbonisation initiative, but also further discussion around some opportunities that might open up through NAIF, which is that funding facility that the federal government has. If I step through, we can try and... oh, here we go. Is that on?
Yep.
Give you a sense of the night.
In Brisbane, we're celebrating all things the Central Highlands. It's about our produce, it's about our people, and it's about our economy. We have over 80 guests, from ministers through to producers, through to friends of the region.
Tonight is another example of what Central Highlands have to offer. Now, for farm-to-fine dining, every year is special, and this is no exception. You sit down and you talk with a producer, and you get that intel about what they're doing and what they're doing right, and you're tasting it as well. It is such an amazing opportunity.
AACO's been around for 200 years. We want to be around for another 200 years. Canoe for us is central to that, and so the opportunity to promote that through events like this is fantastic.
We're all family in the bush, and that's what we love about being in the bush, is that we're family, we're connected, we actually have passion and drive and hope and dreams for our region.
Go, Gad.
No other regional council, in my knowledge, does this sort of event here in Brisbane. It demonstrates what Queensland has to offer, not only to fellow Queenslanders, but to the nation, but also the world.
Awesome.
Oh, hang on. There we go. Let's go back one. Where are we? There we go. So stepping into a couple of other highlights in this quarter, it's been a really big quarter around the workforce development and accommodation strategy. We partner with council in that particular strategy. On one side of the ledger is the actions in that strategy, and one of them is in the childcare space. We've had a really good win there where we submitted an application for the Grow Your Own funding through state government for $125,600, and that was successful. The intent of that is really to do some assessment of our early childcare education sector and better understand what's required in that sector to progress, but also to assist with potential capacity building, noting that there are many players in that space. It's quite complex. So CHDC is playing that facilitation role and working with a group called Astute to lead some of that activity. So we're only at the cusp of that and signed off agreements recently, but looking forward to trying to get into that complex area that we've all been struggling with, but we're having a crack at it and we're seeing whether we can make a difference. So we're working in that space. I also mentioned the Qantas position paper, so that took place, it was Fair Airfares, the position paper was put out to the market. We had conversations with both Qantas and Virgin, and obviously leading to a meeting next week with Qantas to see where that may progress. One of the really interesting things is recognition for strategies, and we didn't seek it, but we were pretty much tapped on the shoulder to consider putting in an application or a nomination for Planning Institute of Australia and their Queensland Planning Awards, pretty much around the research capacity that was brought to that strategy. So we do have a small team heading to Brisbane next Friday for that awards. I think the fact that it's been recognised by that body, regardless of the outcomes, is really pleasing for our region and shows the approach that we've taken, which is evidence-based. So we look forward to the outcomes. We'll see what that brings, but really pleased that others are recognising the work. The other areas of importance for us were we had the 12 and 12 expression of interest, and our lead, Deb Barnes, has been engaging with council with regards to some of those leads that have come through. So we do thank council for their understanding of what we're bringing to the table and what Deb brings to the table with those particular initiatives. So we'll keep on that as that concierge sort of facilitator service. But we can't do it without council, and credit to our planning team and to acting CEO for taking the lead in that space. The other piece of work we did was to do an assessment of council's land and define priority areas for council's own development of staff accommodation. And so that was just a proactive piece that CHDC did sort of outside the project with our own resources. Because we want to facilitate that opportunity with council's own team, noting that we're all struggling to accommodate people in our region. So we leave that with council. It's a council decision to take forward, but we're hoping that that's a proactive piece of work. That it's not just for this year. It's been done for the whole region, and it captures opportunities that council may wish to take forward, and we're happy to support those discussions if required. The other side to that particular piece of work, the strategy, is the talent attraction campaign. So some of you may have been at the soft launch that we had in the cinema complex on the 1st of October, so slightly out of our quarter reporting, but we thought it was of great importance to mention. So we had 50 plus people in attendance with that soft launch, and it was all about enhancing and leveraging with our employers in region the opportunity going forward. I've got a few stats here, and I won't go into too much detail, but we're halfway through the 8-week paid campaign. This is week 4, and week 4 is focusing on healthcare and allied health services. So we've got Alyssa from Tracy Taylor Physio, who's our talent for that one this week, so you might see her on a video getting around. But some of the stats I got back through this morning from our provider is that there's been 2.14 million impressions, and what we understand of impressions are people are just seeing all of our ads and our videos and things like that. So 2.14 million people seeing it. Then there's that sort of next level of 39,150 video views and 19,888 clicks. So clicks meaning going through to the landing page, which has more detail on it for our job seekers. So what that means is in those early days, there's a lot of eyeballs on the campaign, but we will have a full presentation of the results post-campaign, and we would certainly invite council and officers and our workforce and accommodation collective group of stakeholders and employers to be part of that, so that we can all understand, as a first-time campaign for our region, how did it go? And thinking that this campaign is very much setting the scene for what might occur over time. So it's about positioning the region for future opportunities for jobs. So really pleased with that. And I think the next slide will go to one of our videos.
Prior to moving here, didn't even know the Central Highlands existed. Moving up here has just opened my eyes. You know, it's just such a great region. I talk to young people to come to this region. There's so much work and you can learn so much.
Seeing my clients' homes come to life and seeing all their ideas come together from the moment they walk into our office and talk about their plans and the ideas they have, and then watching that come together is just amazing.
I love working in the Central Highlands. I love the teaching community that I'm a part of. Moving to the Central Highlands, particularly as a teacher, has definitely allowed me to develop my skills probably a lot quicker. I have been able to move through the ranks. I've been given extra opportunities that I don't think I'd be given elsewhere, and those opportunities have seen me grow and become who I am today.
I love CH because it's close to everything. It feels like a long way away, but from Blackwater I can be in Yeppoon in 2 hours, and there's some beautiful beaches in Yeppoon, some nice running tracks. If I wanted to go to the country, I could go out further west, go to Springshore, I could go to Emerald. So CH is one of the only regions that allows that to you, and I don't think people understand the value that brings, particularly to a small town like Blackwater. In school, it's always around seeing kids do their actual best that they can. I love seeing that along our staff as well, because we have our teachers generally do a 3 or 4 year cycle out here. So we get teachers who are having their first day as an educator, and they're leaving us as competent educators to go elsewhere and to fulfil their dreams, and that's really rewarding.
The most interesting part I've found working at Kestrel so far has been having to learn and adapt to the underground mining journey and the mining environment. And with that comes having to sort of feed off a lot of people which have been really forthcoming and welcoming you in and trying to share their learnings and knowledge so that you can apply that towards your everyday job and try and improve.
There's plenty of different recreational activities, so that's probably the best thing for us. It allows us to get away from the big smoke, but also it has everything that you could want at your fingertips.
For me, basically, I like to work with people, understanding the different cultures, the background, and working together as a team. And in this place, we have people from all different nationality, background, culture. We seem to work well, and in the process of working, I get to understand a bit of people and their culture. Sometimes people say you have to travel to other places to understand the culture and people there. But in this place, you already have people from all parts of the world.
Living in the Central Highlands, we end up seeing a lot of different conditions or injuries that we probably don't get to see when you're in a more saturated profession in busier areas, in cities and things like that. So we get to challenge ourselves a lot in that, which is cool.
Everything's here that you need, and you can build a life here. You would have a wonderful time if you moved here with your family. You're moving away from the humdrum of the city, the busy life. You've got a wonderful time out here. Spend time with your family.
Are you ready to make the smart move for your career?
Awesome. Well done.
Yes, so that's what we call the hero video. So that's the more complete video that probably gets more airing. and then every week we're releasing specific videos that have got talent for that particular area of interest. So as I said, this week's around sort of health and allied health, and we're going to give that a second boost in week 7 because we did some additional filming of down here. We did a registered nurse and an enrolled nurse, and then in Emerald we did one of the rural generalist practitioners at the Emerald Hospital, and we also did the harvest manager, Jahid from Costa Group. So we did those extra videos because we wanted to be more complete. So CHDC paid for that additional to the campaign to ensure that we got, you know, a more complete set of priority job areas captured. So yeah, it's been really pleasing so far, and we'll give you the full bottle on the results as we get there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Peter and to Deb, is it? I think Deb. At the soft launch, I was impressed with the video, but the thing that impressed me more was that it was done in-house by Deb, I think.
So the soft launch itself, all of that was done by Deb. She did enormous hours to get that done for all of us. The actual videos that you've just seen is done by a different agency that we've engaged.
Yeah.
But Deb did a lot of work to integrate the assets for our employers so that they know where to go, where to get it. But it's been a very wholesome team effort, to be fair. Nikki is our comms officer, and she's done an enormous amount of work to upgrade websites. Rowena in the collateral space has done a lot of work. We've still got billboards that are going to have additional imagery out there. So there's more work to be done. And this is just a start of this longer campaign. So there's a paid out 8-week campaign, but the assets have been developed so it can be, the smart move can be there for years. We don't have to recreate something longer term, we can add to it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, Ross. If we go to the next one, I just wanted to give you a sense of the Central Highlands Business Survey. We do that on an annual basis. Always really informative. We have that structure there that has set questions that carry through, so you get some good trend analysis. But we also throw in usually one themed question to get a bit of a sense of whatever that topic is. So generally speaking, it's a positive trend in business performance, despite some of the mixed indicators. And some of you may have already read this information in our fact sheet, but I'll just step through the highlights. Business costs remain a major concern, with the 2023's high index carrying over to this year. While the staffing index has improved, recruiting and retaining qualified workers remains a critical constraint, impacting daily operations and long-term growth. So we had that last year where a lot of companies do not take on contracts because they know they're impeded by not having the workers to deliver on the contracts. That's carrying through. But despite these challenges, businesses are optimistic about the year ahead. So I think this survey was done around May, June, and the delivery of the fact sheet comes around July. So that gives you a sense of the context of timing. So the other one is just our normal business networking. We always put that up because it's just a great way to engage and give business the opportunity to do that. Funny enough, in one of the conversations I was in, 2 of the parties there have set up a joint venture, and they only got that arrangement because they connected at the networking sessions. So one is a drone company and the other is an environmental consultant, and they've come together. So pleasing to see those connections paying off. Some additional highlights, Council. We've done a workshop with you and officers around the Frontier CQ Innovation Roadmap, so I won't go into great detail there. Enviromets is a really interesting group, doing more with our holes in the ground. So this is all about post-mining land use, and there was an international speaker that was talking around. He was part of the Eden Project. For those who know the Eden Project in the UK, they used an old mining area and turned it into a very sophisticated sort of research precinct. So he was heavily involved with that, and he was just doing a bit of a tour around how do we look at post-mining land use, holes in the ground, you know, mining voids. And Rowena and our team was good enough to get up to Mackay and be party to that workshop on our behalf. And Environments are looking at doing a project now where they want to pilot 3 mining areas to do more of this and better understand what are the possibilities. There is very, very complex differences in regulation from the environmental science perspective versus the resources perspective, let alone state development infrastructure and other departments. They're quite at odds and will take a lot of manoeuvring to move forward for good outcomes. If we step through the next slide. Oh, hang on. That was the Microsoft suite of workshops. Can I say that's gone ballistic? So we had sold out. So, you know, classic Excel, Word, Outlook, all those sort of areas of importance, Teams. I did Teams myself, and sold out with waiting lists for all of them. So it's a real interesting thing when you're putting opportunities in the workplace for our businesses to take up, that Microsoft, which is that core software package we all use, is one of the leaders. We can do business planning, we do lots of other things, and you'll get 2 or 3 to those. But this one seemed to go gangbusters.
Because no one else is offering it in this region.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
exactly right.
Yep, spot on. If we step into this slide, it's really just a mishmash of what we do. So on the left is a photo of some visitors with the new Emerald visitor map. So over time, we progressively upgrade maps on behalf of the region. It's not really in our purview, but we do it anyway because we want to give our visitors the value. We've also taken the distribution of those maps away from just the Visitor Information Centre, and we've given them to newsagents and accommodation houses as well, so that they can help with their clientele. So spreading that opportunity. Up the top, we were launching in the middle there, we were launching AgTech 24 with our prospectus with partnership. It's the highest selling partnership we've had for that event over its lifetime. We just now need the numbers to come through the door. So classically 250 to 300 people attend. Early days, but yes, we've got some really good support for that event, which is great. And then we had Mayor Sato, top right there, which was really pleasing to engage with Mayor Sato on the economic framework of our region. They were very interested in that. And we actually updated our livability video to be translated into Japanese for them, so that when we showed that to them, they had that engagement that sometimes we don't have across cultures and languages. In the middle bottom one is the PALM scheme. So you would think of the seasonal workers that come into our region and engaging heavily with some of their bureaucrats and leaders to better understand what our region looks like in that space and what we can improve on. And then on the right-hand side at the bottom was Roger John, our Visitor Economy Coordinator, doing some great work at the Rocky Leisure Expo and selling our region. And funny enough, what's coming through often is Blackdown tablelands. So we know Carnarvon's our hero, Jemmy's as well, but Blackdown does have, you know, a mindset for some of our people out there, which is great. Yes, we also do the big one in Brisbane, but
sorry, just to clarify, we're still in a council meeting, so just need, if that's all right, Councillor Wilkins, to put your microphone on to ask your question. You're right? Thank you.
yeah, I believe that event also included caravanning as well. So if we step through to the next slide, just to let the councillors and officers know that we've had our change. You may recall we have a new independent director, Greg Christensen, who came on board in this last quarter. Bronwyn Roberts, who'd been with us for a number of years as an initial sort of original independent director, stood down. Now has a wonderful job, I hear, with Emerald Sale Yards, which is great. And we've just made a decision this week at our board meeting to replace that role. So we'll confirm that in due time, but that person has accepted that role. So we're just starting the process off. So really pleased with that. It's taken a little while, but you know, it's to the credit of the board and the process that we put in place that it's been quite efficient. To be fair, to have 2 new independent directors in that space of time has worked well. Councillors and officers, there are, you know, support documents in your business papers. We won't go through in great detail, but the status updates for this quarter are clear to see. A few notes that go with that. So the second one is the Smarter, Stronger Ag Through Farm Data project that we do. And we've got 3 case studies that are coming. So we've got 3 farmers on the ground that have had technology improvements into their systems and processes, which is really pleasing. That deadline of September has pushed out. So they will be actually guest speakers on a panel at AgTech 24 with some other farmers that are doing another project with technology and communications. So really pleased to showcase them at that event. But then we'll have those case studies written up by the end of the year. So that has pushed out for all good reasons, because prior to that, they were not necessarily going to be a part of AgTech 24, but we've connected dots there to make it of value. The other one is the Department of Agriculture and Forestry's collaboration agreement. We're liaising with them regarding some contract matters and extending that contract beyond December 24. So that's why it's in that monitoring phase at the moment. If I step through to the finances, and this is just for the quarter, so you'll see that the overarching theme is that the CHRC funded spend is 7% below budget, so in that quarter. So we'll give you the progressive upgrades as we go. So that's the column that says total CHRC funding. You can see that the lime green bar is slightly lower, the 37,630. So that's about 7% based on our calculations. But overall, inclusive of CHDC reserve spend on the far right column, we've overspent by about 24%. And the reasoning for that is a mixed. I've raised it here today, councillors and officers, that a lot of it is timing in terms of grant funding. So with some of our grant funding, we might get a milestone payment up front by a government agency and one maybe at the end of the project or midway through, but we've still got to pay the consultants throughout that process. So we carry that cash flow requirement, and therefore we have an overspend in that time frame. So hopefully that over time we can marry that up and be more in line. The other side to that coin is those additional pieces of work that CHDC does with its reserves anyway. So we talked about the funding of council's land prioritisation assessment. We just take that out of our reserves, and so that would be seen in that quarter as well as an overspend, because it wasn't budgeted for. We made that decision as a proactive decision throughout the financial year. So that's an example of some of the areas of spend. Classically, the talent attraction campaign, as I said, we're paying far more than what we put in to enhance what's already out there. So we will continue to do that where appropriate. But I hope that gives you a sense. So 7% under in CHRC spend to date in this quarter, 24% over in the overall spend for all expenditure. And that's it, councillors and officers. We've left Brett, council star talent, on the screen, and it was really pleasing to have Brett and his wife, partner and children at the soft launch at the cinema, and I'm sure he's got a bit of ribbing through council and through his teammates, but these are the real stories, and that's the most important thing. So with that presentation, I'm happy to take questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Before we go into questions, I just want to say thank you for including the financial updates with your quarterly report. So greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Peter. Chair of Central Highlands Development Corporation, Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. I just want to thank Peter and his team for the incredible amount of work they are doing. I don't think it's easy when at the beginning of the year, well in March, there was basically a whole new board stepped in, and then the retirement of a couple of the independent directors. But I feel really excited and enthusiastic about the future of CHDC. The incoming independent directors, I really feel they're vibrant. They've got a lot to offer our region. One of the main things that were important to me when I came on board was to actually look at the board and the skill sets of the board and not just replace like with like, but to look at what skills were missing. So we did do a skills audit of the board and then based our criteria for our advertisement for the 2 new directors on those skills that we thought were the missing link. And I think that I'm not saying that as directors, the local government directors aren't experienced or worldly or anything like that, but we are all very localised. And that's a good thing, where there's predominantly ag and tourism. But I think we personally, as board directors, but the organisation will benefit from a more experienced, more a different focus and outside futuristic views. I think professionally we can benefit and the organisation will certainly benefit from that. So I try to keep the CHRC councillors who aren't on the board up to date with everything that's happening at CHDC. I really am trying to build a stronger relationship, and that's to do with personalities and information sharing. CHDC is an entity of council, so we really need to know what each other are doing, and moving forward, we'll have CHDC sitting at our table at workshops, etc., more so than what we've had in the past. I think there's lots of opportunities for us to actually to work more closely together. And I don't know Bruce Mills's correct title, but our new advocacy role, Mr. Bruce Mills, that role also will have to have a strong connection with CHDC. So we'll be looking at, CHDC will be looking at inviting Bruce to regularly come to our board meetings to either be a guest speaker or for whatever purpose we need him for, or how we can work together. And particularly Peter in his role as our CEO of CHDC, he needs to have a very strong relationship. And I know Peter has already started to forge that relationship. So for me, I think it's a very exciting times at CHDC. I think the workforce and accommodation strategy was one of the best strategies I've seen come out of CHDC, not simply because it was launched when I became chair, but all the work prior to that was done before our time. It was the actions. You can actually see something happening in that strategy where data isn't everything, bums on seats isn't everything. I think, tangible results is very important to me, and I see that in that workplace and accommodation strategy. I'm extremely excited about it. I am going to Brisbane with the team. I'm very excited about that for the awards. So, yes, congratulations, Peter, and congratulations to your team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cypher. And thank you very much, Peter. Any other comments or questions? I think Councillor Cypher summed it up there, and absolutely want to have the two organisations moving together as one, so that we're complementing what we need to be doing. And I also picked up on the comment about having that future focus, because that's one very important thing that we need to all be doing going forward, is really looking across social, economic, built environment, natural environment and governance with where we're heading, with facilitating that longer term planning and vision for the region. So thank you very much. And I also just wanted to, I suppose it's sort of kind of a personal note, but I don't think it is that. I think it's a collegial note, and respecting a very important person that's highly valued through our community. Thank you very much for recognising Liz Alexander in your report as well. So thank you very much, Peter.
Pleasure.
So I think if there's no more comments or questions, we'll move the motion when I get back to the page. For the Central Highlands Regional Council notes the Central Highlands Development Corporation's quarterly update for the period of July to September 2024 in accordance with the service level agreement between both organisations. So if I can have a mover, Councillor Cypher, seconder, Councillor Donaldson, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Very good. Moving on now to items 13.6, people safety and legal. Nil reports. 13.7, Chief Executive Officer, nil reports. And then we've got item 14, nil reports there. 15, late agenda items, nothing there. Notice of motion, item 14, nil. And moving on to general business. So if there's any councillors with general business, Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. First of all, just an acknowledgement. The Friends of the Capella Cultural Centre was recently successful in a Glencore community grant to purchase mobile hanging walls and hanging system for the Capella Cultural Centre, so that the community can have a pop-up gallery there. So that they'd put in for a few and weren't successful, but Glencore has been very generous with that grant. We will be sharing those walls, hanging walls, mobile walls, with Thierry, and Glencore has a little room over there. So if any community organisation wants to have a gallery or display something over at Thierry in the Glencore community room, we will make those hanging walls available for that group as well. So my second one is, that was the positive one. The second one is, and Acting General Manager for Communities today, I'm not putting you on the spot here. Information can come back, you can take this on notice. But at the Capella CRG meeting earlier this week, it was raised that the Capella Cultural Centre, so we did a strategy on the 4 major entertainment centres across our region, and there was a team put together. I don't know whether they called a separate department. I couldn't find it on the webpage, but there's 3 staff members supposedly managing the facilities now, with the aim of delivering performing arts across our region. Yet 12 months, I think it's nearly 12 months down the track, there has not been any performing arts delivered in the Capella Cultural Centre, which is our a signature, our major entertainment venue for our region. There was a lot of comments, and they will go back through CRMs, but we would like some indication of what that team is doing. I believe there was one through a RADF grant, there was one small child's event run there. I think it might have been a workshop-y type thing. But as far as performing arts, we're worse off now in this region than when we had a manager at the Capella Cultural Centre. Now, it's been highly noted by the community, so I'll leave it at that, and if we could possibly have some information on what is happening with that team.
Hand over to
Councillor, I
CEO.
think it'd be a good idea to have a workshop about that and bring information to councillors or
Well, basically unless there's something happened to that team, I think that needs to be told to us if that's the case, but
I'd like to find out more information.
Yeah, thank
myself.
you, yes, yeah, you can't answer it today,
No,
it wasn't to be answered today.
I'd like to find
It
out
was
more
to have
information
it
and I'd like to bring
documented,
it to council.
to have a response, whichever way you think's best,
Yeah, I think
Mr.
that's
CEO.
probably the best. So
Yeah.
I'd like to find out more information about it.
Yeah.
It's obviously something that predates me and I don't know much about it.
Yeah.
But I'd like to
And
find out that information and bring it back to you, and I think probably the best way is through a
And
workshop.
there's a lot more I'll have a discussion with you about.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think just on that note, I think a lot of our councillors would like to probably hearing for the first time that we do have that strategy and that team in place as well. So that's something else that we could, as you say, bring it to the group as well to be looking at. So, Councillor Seifel was there.
No, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just probably a little bit of an add-on, if we are going to have that workshop, if there can just be probably a little bit of information just with regards what the processes are between the, two performances or two hiring of those facilities, and if they're, what that procedure and policy looks like, that'd be good, thank you.
Good. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, this may not be the forum. I'm just wondering if, because at the Blackwater CRG, and I know it's not council, it's Queensland Health, about the old Blackwater Hospital. Has that been demolished yet? Does anyone know? Because I'm just wondering, because they were asking sort of for advocacy on to not demolish the building, because it has been used, for so many years, but it's a potentially could be for aged care or what's the
Crisis accommodation, I think.
Yeah, or crisis accommodation, just something. Just some way that we can advocate to help, because Ursula and quite a few community members are really trying to, it is a useful space. The construction is already there, and certainly would be cheaper than demolishing and then trying to build new a site or whatever.
Thank you, Councillor. We'd probably have to take that on notice to follow up, but that would be a phone call, I would say, to Queensland Health to find out what they're doing with that facility. Because sorry, I also haven't heard when the new hospital is being opened either. So, yeah.
It's open, it's running.
Yeah, or the opening, sorry. I know that they've been started, but I wasn't sure if there was an official opening as well, so, yeah.
I just got a message from one of the Blackwater residents, I think it was last week, saying the building was possibly going to be demolished on the Tuesday or something like that. So, but I haven't heard whether it is or not, but if it hasn't been, I just think they've got a good point, and if we can advocate for that, that would be great as well.
Well, make inquiries with the HHS, the Health and Hospital Service, but if there's been a contract issued for demolition to a company to demolish it, which I imagine would be the case, then the government won't abandon that contract, in my experience.
Thank you. Very good. Any more questions or comments? Very good. That brings us to our community acknowledgements. If anybody has anything they particularly, or someone that they particularly wanted to acknowledge, or events, I suppose one event that I wanted to thank the community for was the Fiji community. I participated at their Fiji Day celebrations. It was a very exciting event. Again, there was a lot of the Palm Fiji workers there as well. I was the chief guest. It was a beautiful night. Everyone was warm, generous, and a wonderful, beautiful community celebration. So I'd just like to thank the Fiji community for inviting me along to that. My husband came along as well. That was exciting. And having looked at the CHDC videos there reminded me of our multicultural diversity in our community and how much we welcome our cultural diversity and that contribution to our culture, so going forward. So thank you very much. And moving on to agenda number 19, which is closure of meeting. So we'll close the meeting now right on to 30 p.m. Thank you very much.